Looking back at 2025 on the game and the game TV and the game network and the game everything, we got Bill Gunner from the halftime show, Preston Thorne from the early game, our buddy Jack Veltri from Extra Point and Gamecock Central. All right, we've talked a ton of football previously. Now we'll get to the men's basketball piece. Okay, we're done. Let's talk now. Last year, you're coming off of shocking the world and going to the NCAA tournament, where it was just a fun year, wasn't it, guys? It was just a fun year. Mm-hmm. Last year was the opposite of fun. Yeah, you got to watch Colin Murray-Boyles, a first-round pick in the NBA draft. Besides that, just a miserable season from the get-go, losing right out the gate.
DOA.
The Osprey. You lost to the Osprey, and that kind of set everything up. And, look, it was bad. Let's just not sugarcoat it. Bill, looking back at that before we move forward into where we're at this year, when you came out of watching last season, to say you got to get better, a lot better, you've got to do this. What did you think, number one, coming into this year had to be done?
I mean, I still think they had to improve their athleticism. I thought they had to improve their shooting, which it appeared they did. It appeared I can't fault him for that. If you look at career three-point percentages, they're not spectacular, but not bad. Somewhere between good and above average, or however you want to label that. But to me, y'all view it differently maybe, but he's never figured out the athleticism of the SEC.
No.
It seems to, in 3 years, it seems to bypass him, and we're seeing that now with their post players. But I thought shooting had to improve dramatically. He did go out and find shooters. He's admitted this team is built around he is openly admitted this team is built around three-point shooting. So when you're under 30% now, you're like, well, you didn't accomplish that goal. And they're just, say what you want. I don't know how it worked out. You don't let Nick Pringle walk. You don't. If you encouraged him, that's even worse. If somebody didn't pony up the NIL money, that ain't good. Like, Nick Pringle brought a toughness to your team and an athleticism. And I'm not saying he's a star, but you don't let him walk. And I really thought bringing him back was key. I think we all, except the coaches, knew that C&B was going pro.
Oh,
it seems like they were. It seems like they were under the impression of hey, he might come back. We were doing shows like.
Can I ask you a question about that really quick? They were holding that roster spot, right? Holding it, and we're all sitting here going, "You guys know something we don't know?" Because this guy's mocked in the top 15. You really think you're going to get him back?
See that? I blame C&B for being the best actor in their office.
Coach. Yeah. You know what? I'm really thinking about it. I'm really strongly considering it.
Yeah. Jack, at any point did you hear that there was a chance, once he was mocked in the lottery, that he was going to come back here?
No. It just the way Lamont kind of talked about it in different media sessions leading into the draft, it was like, because I think what he had said in one of those welcome home tour pressers was that they were going to leave a spot open for C&B, which is why they had one open scholarship until they brought Eli Sparkman back. I think it's fine to do that, but in the back of your mind, you're like, he's not coming back. But also, you could have used that scholarship for this season, could have used it on some front court presence to replace Colin Murray-Boyles.
And that's my point about holding that spot. You were holding yourself back from making a move that could have helped you.
I'll say you get 15 spots now. I don't mind holding one in that situation, but you better guarantee that the dudes you're bringing in to fill up however other many spots you got are studs.
Yes.
And if you thought that the guys you were bringing in were studs, we got to have a discussion about your talent evaluation.
Evaluation might be a thing. I always hear this story Carmelo Anthony tells about. He goes into Jim Boeheim's office and he's like, "Hey, coach, all right, man, we won the championship. Repeat, right?" And Boeheim was like, "You're going to the league." I don't know what you think about here. And Carmelo was saying he wanted to come back and all that stuff. It's like, nah, this you have outgrown this place.
Turn in your key card.
This is over. And it kind of felt like that should have been the same sort of conversation with C&B. It's been real, but come on, man.
That's what I felt.
It's time for you to move forward. But to your point, Bill, last year it was not great, but they did find interesting ways to lose.
Yes.
Very
yes.
interesting ways.
And a lot of times it was like, okay, how's this going to happen this time? And it would be a new and different experience every time.
All right, what's the hope level? We've seen what we've seen so far this year. 7-4. Your 4 games against
Absolutely historical. But the SEC conceivably is the 5th best league in the NCAA right now. I mean, you got the Big Ten and the Big 12 are 1 and 2. The last I looked, the ACC had moved ahead of the SEC, and then I think the Big East, depending on how you want to look at it, was about 3 points behind in the Ken Palm. So the SEC was 4th as of Sunday night, Monday morning. But so I say that to say that the SEC I don't think is as strong. And I do believe Lamont's correct in this team is a good shooting team. You can't tell me that they're going to brick like they have for 18 games.
Right.
There has to be 4. I've put it at 4 for some odd reason. And that's still less than 25%. But there has to be 4 where they shoot the eyeballs out of it over there. So I think they can get to 6. I don't know what that means. I have no clue what that means, because that'll put them at 15 wins. That would put them, if they win 6, that's 12 losses. You said they're at 4 now, so that's 15 and 16.
It's not enough.
Is that good enough, Jack?
No, it's not.
Well, take that now run with it. Yeah.
Because here's the thing.
See, but passing the baton. You get it.
Yeah.
Now I said,
Hey,
yeah,
smart move by Gunner.
You're right about they are going to shoot better in
Have
some
to.
games. There's just like, this team is constructed to shoot the three-point ball. They've just shot absolutely terrible. 7 of their last 8 games, they've shot less than 30% from three-point range. That's not good. And when you go 4 of 26 against Clemson, have a fun time winning. This team is capable of doing it. We know they can shoot, but they're just not doing it right now. They have so many other problems to worry about. But if they are able to shoot really well from three-point range, forget everything else, they can go out there and win some games. My thing is, I just don't think this is a very good team. I'm being as honest as I can. I just don't see this team winning what you need. You probably need to go close to 500, 8, 9 wins. And I just don't see this team getting there.
So to your point, everybody keeps repeating that they are capable of doing this, but they haven't done it yet. And until they do it, I don't think we can say that they're capable of doing it.
Well, they did show it early in the season. I mean, the first 2 games, they knocked down 30 three-pointers. The problem is,
Against?
yes, against low-level mid-major teams. The thing for South Carolina, though, is they're getting a lot of open looks. So it's not like they're all contested shots and defenses are playing really well. That's some of it. They are just not knocking down these open shots.
I'll just say real quick, I know we're going to hit a break. When Darren Horn got fired, he got fired in year 4. I had a private conversation with a higher up there, and they said the biggest reason we didn't see hope for the future. Because, this, like I just said, 15 and 16, you're not getting anything. So do they see hope for the future? That's going to be the big question when we get to mid-February. Do you really believe Lamont Parrish is the guy to guide you for another 4 years?
Yeah, and I'll say this real quick, and you're spot on there, because if you don't have that hope and the field, then that's where you part company. And I love Lamont. Lamont's a great guy. It would be a shame. Here's the thing, too, about this basketball team. This is what's interesting. They're built on three-point shooting, and they're not making them. And you're right, Bill. They're not going to be they're going to be shooting 15% all year. There's no way. The interesting part of this, and you guys know this, you space the floor the way they do. They're one of the best two-point shooting teams in America, if you look at Ken Palm. Do you or Lamont at some point use your spacing, but now start to understand that you're making a lot of twos? Do you give up this, I'm going to live and die on this 3-ball all year, and understand what my strength is spacing the floor and scoring inside the 3? Or is he going to live and die on the hill of, I built this bleeping thing to shoot 3s, and I'm going to go down in flames with it? Because that's it and here's the other side, guys, let's be fair. They can't guard anybody. They got 2 or 3 guys who can play defense, and that's it on this team. They can't guard. And that's especially on the interior. They're killing them on the bounce. People get inside, nobody can rim protect, nobody can enforce in the paint, and you got some guys on the perimeter who aren't very good laterally. You better make a lot of 3s, fellas. That's what I'm saying. You better make some 3s. But we'll see. All right. The women, we don't give them a lot of love, and it's a shame because we've just gotten comfortable with the fact that, okay, wake us up when you get to the Final Four, Dawn, right? Do you guys, the SEC's better this year, to be fair. It's a better league this year for the women, but how much do you feel that this team, even though it's still constructed to go deep and win a championship, are they going to hit more bumps in the road in conference play because the league's gotten better, or are you still going to yawn your way to the NCAA tournament?
I think they have the benefit of the doubt where you're like, okay, until they lose in conference or lose in succession, that you kind of give it to them. But it is going to look different than it has in the past. One thing I'm really interested in is to see how we talk about playing styles and how, you know, Lamont's doing with this. And we always talked about it before, like Coach Staley loves a certain brand of basketball. Some of the stuff that she's having to do is not quite it. You know, like she loves playing around the bigs and she loves dumping it down. And being guard controlled has never really been her thing. And so I'm interested to see how she adapts to the new playing style.
They're not elite anymore. I mean, let's get that clear. They're not. It's not them, maybe another team, and then everybody else behind them. And I think that's interesting. So I think it's going to be the SEC might be a little bit of a shock because you mentioned it. They're better. Women's basketball is growing, and Dawn, that's partially your fault. It's a little bit of that's on you because you've risen the sport to another level, and that's great. That's a great thing for the sport. I've been around here for a long time. You've been around here for a long time. You guys are still kind of new. But the historical sense of Dawn Staley at South Carolina, good or bad, what do you do the first weekend in April? Mm-hmm. Wake me up. No, it's wake me up when you get there. You're expected to be there. Your season, and this is a great thing. There's nothing wrong with this as long as you're realistic and we're not shouting fire the coach when she doesn't win a championship. But realistically, I don't really, like, go do whatever you want to do. Who cares? You can be bad and get to the Final Four and it'll be a great season. You can be, you can have a 12-6 SEC record and get to the Final Four like, that was a success. That's what they're defined by now. That's not fair, but the level of success now says that's who you are.
Mm-hmm. Where are you at on this
I just worry about their depth. I think that's the main thing. This is a much smaller roster than years past, and they've had some injuries and off-the-court things that have kind of affected that. I just worry about, you have 5 starters, you have about 4 to 5 players coming off the bench at most. I just wonder, how is that going to look when you get into the tournament, like you said, Bill, and you're going through the gauntlet of playing really good teams, and you're playing for, a really, 40 minutes. It's a lot of basketball to be playing. So I think it's fine right now, but I will wonder about that depth once we get to playing better competition every single game.
Last thing on the women, it's a new world, rev share, NIL. Last time I checked, I'm looking for the women's basketball in the pecking order nationally. You're not seeing it, but here it's different. But you also want to be really good at football. You want to be really good at men's basketball, really good at baseball. You want to be really good at everything. Do we have any concern on the rev share NIL front? Because Dawn is a star, we know that. But can they continue in this world of rev share NIL to continue to pull the high-quality players to come play at South Carolina? Will that ever be an issue in you guys' mind?
I think you're more worried about losing Dawn than you are the players. I think you worry about Dawn pulling a Nick Saban or somebody and being like, this is not pure basketball. I'm not recruiting players because I'm a good coach. I'm losing players. She's gonna get her fair share of great players, 5 stars. But she's gonna lose 3 or 4 that she wanted because they're gonna now look at UConn or Southern Cal or LSU or Baylor or wherever that's gonna pay a little bit more. And South Carolina's got to figure it out, and they're trying. I give them credit. They're trying to figure out ways to raise money outside of the conventional way and to be able to put toward that. But that's your fear, is that Dawn, because somebody's going to have to come in, and nobody's going to live up to Dawn Staley. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you bring in. Nobody's going to live up to Dawn Staley. So your fear is that Dawn throws her hands up. It's like, this isn't what I grew up coaching. This is not what I envisioned. I'm out of here. Good luck. I've had a great run. It's time to retire. Or I think we did the numbers one day with the Philadelphia WNBA program. If you look at her contract and you look at their opening, their starting, there's a weird correlation between, her contract conveniently runs out and they start their organization.
They got to drop some cake, though.
Yeah, she's.
I don't
have
know.
to.
She's fine. To go back home?
You think
Hometown discount.
You think you have to give them a discount? You see those WNBA coaches' salaries? You better be taking the discount. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong, because that does kind of all fit together.
Champ ain't taking no discounts.
How
Dom might. Champ ain't taking no discounts.
All right, final thing, fellas. Let's hit baseball. This is strange. When I first got here, again, Mark Kingston's the coach. This has been a program. It's a blue blood program in college baseball. What Ray Tanner did. Kingston only's going to get to a super. What's wrong with you, dude? You're only finishing here in the SEC. Don't you understand who we are? Maybe we need to sit down and watch a video to educate you, Coach. Last year was a disaster by any way, shape, or form. And the thing that gets me, fellas, is going into the year, I'll speak for myself. I never thought disaster would be a description. You bring a Hall of Fame coach to your program who hasn't been out, he's been out for a few years, so there's adjustment, but you have a Hall of Fame coach sitting in your dugout, and this was a disaster. Help a brother out on this. I mean, Jack, you saw the whole thing.
Yeah, I was there at a lot of those road trips, home games. I saw it all probably better than most people.
What went through your mind watching that thing?
It was like watching a car wreck happening in slow motion. It was good at first. You know, they're 9-0 going to Clemson, and then they get swept by Clemson, and then the wheels fall off from there. The weekend that really hit me that this was rock bottom was A&M being out there in College Station. 3 of just the most unique losses you'll ever have, where you lose on a walk-off home run in extra innings game 1, you get run-ruled 17-0 in game 2, and then game 3 you're up 12-2 in the 5th inning, and then you end up losing 15-12 on 2 grand slams, one of which was a walk-off grand slam in the bottom of the 9th inning with 2 outs. It's the stuff of fairy tales at this point, of just how bad last season was. I think a lot of it is just Paul didn't have his guys in there. I think that's something we're going to see heading into 2026 is, okay, he's put together the roster the way that he wants to. He's gotten the I don't want to say like bad eggs out, but like he's gotten his guys in there that he feels they're going to throw harder, they're going to hit more home runs, they're going to do more offensively. He's brought in the guys that he feels are best fit to run his type of team, but time will tell if it works.
Was this, again, 3 years out of the game, right? I do believe with Maneri. Was it 3 years?
Yeah, 3 years.
Was that like dog years in the new world now of NIL, transfer portals, advanced analytics, pitching labs? Did Maneri need a year, guys, to ramp up, so to speak, from being out of the game for 3 years? Or is that like, come on, it's only 3 years? What do you guys think?
Well, my thing is, Jack says, well, he got his guys in here now. Well, he played the dating app known as the transfer portal. You don't know those. I mean, you can look at them theoretically on paper and be like, all right, well, the numbers line up. He doesn't know these guys. You know, the majority of the team he's built around, you're hoping they're your guys, but you just said it. You get into the trenches, and Preston will tell you, being in college trenches, you get a little bit of adversity, and some dude's like, man, you ain't who I thought you were either. Mm-hmm. Cool, I'm out of here. I don't know. And the fact that, I think we kind of you talked about the basketball team, and you were always like, how are they going to lose this one? This is fun. No, they're in the complete wrong way, but this is fun. They're going to do something incredible. You're right, that A&M series, did you think about it? What, 2 of the Clemson games they probably should have won, or they're right there.
Could have won, yeah.
Could have won. Oklahoma, what is it, the game 3?
Game 3, they had the lead in the 9th inning, and then they blew it. They had like a 2-run lead in the 9th inning.
Yeah, there was a home run that got hit, and Paul's like, I don't know, the wind blew, and the ball kept going.
Yeah. The excuses for 2025 were insane, but anyway.
But there was a lot of games like that. I mean, and you do finally at the end of the year win that LSU game, in which Paul then goes and makes, hey, we beat a number 1 team, and you're like, 1 out of 3 games. Right? No. But, Jack, I think personally, having done this for 16 years, and Terry, you've done it for a long time, but I don't know if you do it quite. When you try to analyze what's coming up for the football season, when you try to, and I mean not just South Carolina, but across the board, 16 teams in the league, you try to analyze basketball, I can get a pretty good grasp on basketball. I'd say football's the easiest. There's always going to be the anomaly. South Carolina was that this year. Basketball, I can grasp it pretty good. I can probably get it right. Put them all on a hat on baseball, and I'll just draw out and tell you I have no clue.
I'll tell you, to your point about athleticism, and I agree with you 1,000,000,000% on Lamont and the athleticism. Lamont, do you watch these games like we do and see the athleticism of this league? I looked at baseball last year, for an example, and this is just a basic look. We can sit here and roll our eyes all we want. Velocity matters. And you're watching, you know where I'm going here,
Yeah.
Jack. You're watching the gun for these other teams. Dudes are popping 95, 97, 98, 99. You got guys hitting 100. South Carolina's guys are popping 91, popping 92. And if you're popping 91 and 92 today, you better have the craziest movement and tilt and all these other things when your pitches, because if you think 91 and 92 with location is going to win, it was just different watching the other team's pitch.
Jack, what was the turnover? I don't have it. I don't know right in front of me, but the turnover from Kingston's final year to
In
last year.
terms of like guys that came back.
Yeah,
Oh gosh.
you lost Messina.
You lost.
You lost Messina and Wimmer.
Yeah, you probably lost. I got it. I know for this for 2026, they're only returning 10 players from 2025. You returned a good bit of that 2024 team, like the core, but you definitely lost some guys along the
Well,
way.
but and here's where I go with that. Remember that team, Mark Kingston's final year, got to a regional.
They were a good team.
They
in
weren't. I mean,
24.
they weren't like. So
Yeah.
it's not like Paul Maneri comes in and you talk about getting
Yeah.
bad eggs and everything out. Paul Maneri inherits a program that had been in a regional and had been in a super regional
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
23, yeah.
That was the Florida year. Well, all right, cool. They're bad eggs. That's what's the old Lou Holtz thing? Write 2 letters when you take over. One blaming the previous coach, and the next one is a letter to the next coach. Like,
Yeah, that
all
also
right.
reminds me of Lou Holtz. Brad Scott deserves a trophy this big for winning one game with you all. That's what he told us.
Let me ask you, because somebody who's sitting in this panel was a hell of a baseball player in high school.
I was pretty good. Yeah, if you were talking about my favorite athletic accomplishments, yes, baseball was my favorite athletic
So when you
accomplishment.
watched this last year from a perspective of I mean, I know it's been a minute since you played, but what ran through your head watching this baseball
You know, it's
team?
funny you say that because obviously, like all sports, the game has evolved since I was playing the game. But my thought was that when Paul Maneri was coming in, that he was going to bring in the old school and they were going to be taking care of like fundamental and basics. And they did not do that at all. They were running base errors. Several times they weren't hitting like cutoff men and just like basic fundamental things that I thought, okay, maybe they didn't have the talent, but old Paul is going to come in here and get them straight on the fundamentals. And that did not happen at all. And so when that wasn't happening throughout the season, I was like, what? This is not what I thought it was going to be. So that was my big surprise. And that was really shocking to me because that's what I thought he was bringing in with him.
All right, final thing. Football, men's basketball, baseball. Which one do you have the most confidence in that this ship, when we're sitting here having this conversation at the end of 2026, are we going to talk the best about that had the most success?
Everybody on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Football.
I'm gonna go baseball.
Ooh!
I
Don't be a contrarian. Just follow along.
I just don't. You mentioned the football schedule earlier. What they got 4 teams that. Here's the other thing about football. For any of these sports, we just don't know what these teams are going to look like in 2026.
As we sit here today,
Yes.
we're doing
Right.
this.
Like-
If we did this podcast right before February, then we know basketball.
Yeah.
But I think if we're all ranking them, I think we'd go football,
Yeah.
baseball, because we've already seen part of basketball.
Yeah,
We're
right.
like,
That's true.
Football is, for me, too hard to predict because that has been Shane Beamer throughout his tenure at South Carolina. Inconsistent in that it's one good year, one bad year, one good year, one bad year. This upcoming year should be a good year, hypothetically, right?
Follow the pattern.
If you follow the pattern. Baseball, on the other hand, look, I just refuse to believe that 2026 is going to be worse than 25. I think, if you ask me going into 25, I thought they were going to make a regional. I think that should be the realistic goal for 2026. Make a regional as a 2 or 3 seed, whatever. If you host a regional, that to me would tell you that baseball had the best year of the 3.
I'll just ask you this, and this is again what I try to figure out
Yes.
because I have no clue, zero clue.
Yeah.
How does baseball right now stack up against the rest of the SEC? Do you know?
We don't know because these
No,
other
I mean, that's
teams,
the thing.
but what I would say is you mentioned that they don't have the hard throws. They have those guys now. They have guys that are, besides Jake McCoy, who they are bringing back.
Right.
You didn't have any guys that throw 96, 97, 98. You have a handful of guys that do that now.
Well, I know we got to wrap up. The only reason I say this is because if I'm going to be under the assumption that Sellers, Stewart, and Harbor are back, and you give me a handful of guys, I go, okay, they match up.
Yeah.
I've seen them match up. I've seen them match up in football. Basketball, I can look at it instantly and be like, nah, I got that one. But football, I feel like match up. Baseball, we're guessing.
Yeah.
We're playing tic tac toe in with blindfolds on.
They
If
are-
you get the X on the sheet, you've done a heck of a job.
They are going to throw harder. which will lead to more strikeouts, hopefully, and they are going to hit more home runs. This should be a team
Clip that.
that has a lot. You clip it. I've been told this before by source. Like, they should have a lineup that has, for the most part, double-digit home run guys. So we'll see. Like, Monty Lee has done a good job before with a team that can hit over 100 home runs his first 2 years. Last year, only 52 home runs. Can you see this team get back to 100? I think that gets them to the postseason if that's the case.
And real quick, the basketball program was recruited to have shooters over 30%.
Which didn't happen. So.
We don't have time, but you bring up Monty Lee. That was an interesting dynamic with Paul Maneri and Monty Lee last year, and we'll see. The smoke and rumors were that was interesting.
Yeah,
Don't do it because his face is on TV. People have to watch it. Yeah. Don't do that.
All right, fellas, appreciate Jack Veltri, Extra Point, Gamecock Central, Preston Thornton early game, Bill Gunner halftime show, Terry Ford. Thanks for hanging out with us. We look back on 2025 on the Game Network, and the Game TV.
Rev share has started.
Yep.
We talked about it. What does rev share mean? Rev share means that the payments are now coming directly from the schools.
Yes.
When the players receive payment, as in check, direct deposit, however this works, it will say their institution on it. And it will not say a third party.
Yes.
It will not say a collective. It will not say Mr. Landscape Man, local landscape guy. It won't say that. It'll directly say you are being paid, compensated by your institution.
But they're still not employees.
Paul Feinbaum said something that I disagree with. And what did he say? He said that Arch Manning has the potential. He didn't say the potential. He didn't say, I'm giving him back. He said Arch Manning will be the best quarterback since Tim Tebow in 2006.
Could he be perhaps the most polarizing? Possibly. But, again, I think, are we leaving out a lot of great quarterbacks that have played since Tim Tebow?
He is. And one great quarterback he's leaving out was a quarterback who went undefeated.
Yep.
A quarterback who won a national championship.
Who lost one game in his entire college career.
Lost one game in his entire college career. And that quarterback is our guy, Jameis. Jameis has went into career rehabilitation
Yes.
and come back out as a star. Now, I want to be, it's always tricky talking about Jameis.
Sure.
Because Jameis had some really serious accusations that
Yes. He did some very
were not good.
bad things.
Yes. So, however, we are on the other side of those things. Penance has been paid. Okay.
This season has gone sideways for pretty much everybody. Just has. Again, Lenore Sellers, is he blameless? Of course not. Like I said, this offense is so, it's struggling so bad. No one escapes the blame, or no one escapes the poor play, underachieving play, whichever way you want to take it. Again, there's times Lenore's got to get rid of the ball. There's been receivers Lenore's has missed. So it's not like he is blameless in this. He has had his own, but he hasn't had a lot of help around him. And I feel like he's a guy that really is looked at that you got to lift everything and everyone. And we talk about, is he being used correctly? Do you get him out in space? Do you roll him out enough? Do you boot him enough? Do you have design runs for him? He is far and away the best ball carrier on your team. Look, that fourth and that sequence when South Carolina got stopped on downs inside the 10 on that first drive. It is a head scratcher that your best player didn't have the ball in his hands until 4th and goal. You have a talented quarterback with some talented skill position players. But because you are having struggles up front on your offensive line, and for whatever reason, this offense has been stuck in the mud, since Mike Shula took over. And this combination of all these things, you're just sitting there going, why in hell this team's going to score more than 17 points? It's not going to happen. Just a rough go. You have 5 games left in the season to get this thing just the barge turned around. But right now, it obviously is not working. It hasn't been working since Mike Shula took over. This team is not scoring points. The offense hasn't been, productive, efficient. It does have explosive plays occasionally. That's how the offense has been scoring, is on explosives. Lenore Sellers looks like he's regressed. It's just not working. It's just not. And whether it's the scheme, the play calling, the execution, the development, we haven't really got to that part. For whatever the case, it just hasn't worked. And the defense is good enough to win games. You've played well enough on defense for the most part. Now, you had tackling issues, obviously, in a couple games earlier this year. The Vanderbilt game, it stuck out a ton. So you have struggled with tackling earlier in the year. But defensively, for the most part, it's been good enough to win. If your offense could have stepped up. I mean, the defense against LSU held 3 turnovers the defense forced. You just couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, and they were defending their butts off in the end zone, getting 2 critical takeaways in the red zone against LSU. Or if that wasn't the case, it would have been a long night in Death Valley. And like you said, I think the defense has been the core strength of the team. Where, fans were very high on the offense, but I think defensively, it's been holding its own.
Well, that was the question mark coming into the year because you lost so much on the defensive side of the ball. You thought the offense wasn't going to be a problem. That's the ironic part of this season. You thought the offense was going to be fine. And your question marks were defensively. The defense has been good enough to win. Now, again, was I surprised Oklahoma, a bad running team, ran for 175 yards, almost 5 yards a carry against South Carolina? Yeah, that surprised me on Saturday.
Yeah.
Because Oklahoma should not be able to run the ball, especially with injuries along their offensive line. Oklahoma shouldn't be able to run the ball against South Carolina, but they did, to their credit.
Rev share has started.
Yep.
We talked about it. What does rev share mean? Rev share means that the payments are now coming directly from the schools.
Yes.
When the players receive payment, as in check, direct deposit, however this works, it will say their institution on it. And it will not say a third party.
Yes.
It will not say a collective. It will not say Mr. Landscape Man, local landscape guy. It won't say that. It'll directly say you are being paid, compensated by your institution.
But they're still not employees.
Paul Feinbaum said something that I disagree with. And what did he say? He said that Arch Manning has the potential. He didn't say the potential. He didn't say, I'm giving him back. He said Arch Manning will be the best quarterback since Tim Tebow in 2006.
Could he be perhaps the most polarizing? Possibly. But, again, I think, are we leaving out a lot of great quarterbacks that have played since Tim Tebow?
He is. And one great quarterback he's leaving out was a quarterback who went undefeated.
Yep.
A quarterback who won a national championship.
Who lost 1 game in his entire college career.
Lost 1 game in his entire college career. And that quarterback is our guy, Jameis. Jameis has went into career rehabilitation and come back out as a star. Now, I want to be, it's always tricky talking about Jameis.
Sure.
Because Jameis had some really serious accusations that were.
He did some they
were not good.
Bad things.
Yes. So, however, we are on the other side of those things. Penance has been paid. Okay.
All right. Again, positive thinking. Women's basketball clinches a share of the SEC regular season championship yesterday with their victory over Kentucky. Not only did they win the basketball game, they then won the coin toss. They'll be the number 1 seed again in Greenville this coming week. They'll get started on Friday at noon. There's a lot to explain and break down with that women's basketball bracket, but they will get the double bye, but they knock off Kentucky yesterday 78-66 on Senior Day. Very fun atmosphere there at Colonial Life Arena for the Gamecocks and Dawn Staley, who again, they clinch a share of the SEC regular season championship with Texas. Tahina Paopao yesterday, 13 points for her. You also got Tessa Johnson filling it up with 16 points. Chloe Kitts goes for 12 points and 10 rebounds. Really, really good week. I feel like if we were having to give an award for player of the week across all sports, Chloe Kitts would be right up there with it. 12 points, 10 rebounds for her yesterday. Again, the Gamecocks get the victory 78-66. They pull away there in the fourth quarter for that, and they will now get ready for the SEC women's tournament this week, starting Wednesday. They don't play till Friday, and they'll again be the number 1 seed in that. Want to stay positive on this? All right, let's stay positive. You can also talk about the men's team. How about the men's team and what they did Saturday afternoon? Pretty unexpected, I think. They were a 1.5-point favorite going into the game. I was talking with some people. I said, Vegas may know something we don't know. Vegas didn't know anything. They were way off on the point spread. South Carolina should have been favored by 17.5 as they win convincingly over Arkansas. Didn't knock Arkansas out of the latest bracketology, but the Razorbacks come in here with head coach John Calipari, and they go down 72-53. Should have been 18.5-point spread is what it should have been. The Gamecocks roll over Arkansas. That game got out of hand early on, and it was Colin Murray-Boyles with a career high 35 points for the sophomore, who I think, as I was talking with Jamie Bradford, may have locked himself firmly into the top 20 of the NBA draft after that particular performance. South Carolina jumped all over Arkansas early Saturday, 32-14 lead at halftime. Outscored the Razorbacks in the second half as well, and the Gamecocks roll to a 72-53 victory. One of the more interesting stat lines on the day, we talk about Nick Pringle was fantastic, 18-9. You can talk about Jordan Butler getting in there, even shooting another shot inside the three-point range. How about that for him? He was also 2 of 4 from three-point range, but Jordan Butler finishing with 9 points. But one of the more interesting stat lines, Zach Davis, 30 minutes played, 29 minutes, 41 seconds to be exact, scored just 1 point. But the ultimate team player, 10 rebounds for Zach Davis on Saturday and 5 assists. So a very good performance for him despite hitting just 1 free throw. So that was positive. Need more things to be positive about? Well, how about women's softball? They go on the road to number 8 Duke, and they don't just win, they sweep Duke up in Durham. Ashley Chastain Woodard's program now 19-0. The best start ever. Best start ever is 20-0. That occurred in 1976. And the women softball, I know that's kind of redundant to say, but the softball program now 19-0 under first-year head coach Ashley Chastain Woodard. They've got Youngstown State coming up on Wednesday, March the 5th. That'll be 6 p.m. over at Beckhamfield. And then, boy, do they get set for a huge SEC showdown on the road at Oklahoma. Oklahoma, kind of the crown jewel of women's, not just the SEC, but women's softball as a whole. So Ashley Chastain Woodard, great job, 19-0. Chance to get to 20-0 on Wednesday, and then you get Oklahoma this coming weekend. Last week, we had Tony Annan in studio. Want more positive thinking? The men's soccer team, spring exhibition season, still exhibition season, but they knocked off the Canadian team, who I had absolutely no chance at all to be able to pronounce correctly, so we just called them a Canadian semi-professional team. The men's soccer team thumped them 5-0 Friday afternoon. Isaiah Whitaker, a brand new center midfielder, comes in with a great performance, and Mika Habel also absolutely fantastic coming off of his injury. 5-0, the men's soccer team rolling over a Canadian team. Again, won't make myself pronounce that. That wouldn't go well for me, and that would be negative thinking. Need more positive thinking? All right, hey, I got that for you. How about the women's tennis team? They knock off Florida and number 6 Auburn over the weekend. Beat Florida on Friday and then take down number 6 Auburn on Sunday. Their record now 7-4 on the season, so really good victories for them over the weekend. All right, you want to be a little negative? Okay, I understand. It's Monday. Nobody likes Mondays. You got a case of the Mondays? I got it. Cool, whatever. Men's tennis not faring so well. They lost to Kentucky on Sunday. They did beat Auburn a week ago, 7 days ago, but maybe that doesn't work for all of you. And then if you really want to be negative, you want to be that person to say, I heard all of that. That's a lot of winning. I don't care. I don't get it. Who cares? Yeah, the baseball team got swept. And it didn't go well. And we've just spent about 2 hours talking about that, and we're going to let you listen to some Paul Maneri audio coming up here this hour as we break it down a little bit more. Yes, the baseball team, they lose on Friday night 5-3. Saturday, obviously, not the kind of contest you wanted. And then yesterday, the game gets completely away from them in the 8th and 9th inning, and they fall 8-2 yesterday at Founders Park. So that is, if you want to be positive, this is a case in who you are. You glass half full or glass half empty. If you want to be positive, basketball, phenomenal week. We're winning coin tosses, Jen.
I mean,
Winning games, winning coin tosses, phenomenal. Women's softball, phenomenal. Men's soccer, phenomenal. Women's tennis, beat a top 10 team in Auburn, phenomenal.
great results at the NFL Combine for some of our guys.
Phenomenal.
Yep.
Or you can be that person and be like, yeah, that's the baseball team lost.
It's the season of lists. We put out lists, we create lists, we react to lists, everything in between. And USA Today put out their list of top 25 coaches in college football right now. Now, this is not based on the 2024 season. This is not based on the past handful of years. This is just overall best top 25 coaches in college football. I don't think you'll be surprised to learn that Kirby Smart's number one. Of course, only a few years removed from back-to-back national championships, a team that made the playoff once again a season ago, and certainly they're not a dynasty like Alabama was, but a team at this point best positioned to be in that conversation if they were to get there. For those that don't remember, in 2021, the Jacksonville Jaguars brought in Urban Meyer. He was a disaster, made it 13 games, went 2-11, and they fired him. The internal conflicts were aplenty. He just didn't mesh well in the NFL. His ability to control players like he did in college did not work at that level of football, which is a big reason why he failed. And again, we've been talking about this so much since the end of the Patriots dynasty. How much of it was Bill Belichick? How much of it was Tom Brady? And I think both obviously played a very strong role in it. But you can't deny that once Brady left, then the Patriots just steadily got worse and worse. Cam Rising's first year was at Texas in 2018. That was the first year of what we now know as the transfer portal. When he transferred to Utah, he was ineligible his first year because he was an undergraduate. Remember when that would happen? You would have to sit out a year if you transferred. Yeah. That feels like a million years ago now.
The good old days, and it's just things have changed so much, and you know, I don't know. I just feel like the players have so much power now to where it's like they're getting paid. And, you know, if a lot of these guys, if they get if this Pavia rule kind of becomes like, okay, like a lot of these guys that are looking for that fifth year that don't have a fifth year are getting it, it's just like, what are we doing here? Like, a guy like Faison does not fit into that category of guys who are already out of eligibility that are looking for another. Like, this should be a no-brainer. Give them the eligibility for another year. Congrats to South Carolina softball. They've had a great year and so much more work to do.
It's been fun to follow.
Oh, it's
right?
been great. Refreshing.
And look, has it been a perfect season? No, they've had some tough losses, including a week ago to Alabama in that Thursday game where they got run ruled over at Founders Park. But they always find a way to bounce back. They never have prolonged dips, right? And that's the sign of a good team, is one that can shake off bad losses, or last night, shake off of a tough first inning where he allowed 2 runs across the board and basically play almost perfect from there on out for the next 6 innings.
A lot of reaction around the coaches poll yesterday. I don't think anybody has a problem with Texas and Ohio State being 1-2. Penn State gets interesting. Terry and I, in our show meeting, we're talking about Penn State. And I'm curious how many of you feel. I think you'll take this the right way. I put Penn State in a very similar boat, if you will, to the one I put A&M into. And what I mean by that is there's always, rightly because of talent, and to some degree, their status. There's always a lot of hype around them, but they don't really achieve it. And this year, there's a lot of people who believe that the right pieces are coming back, and Penn State's going to knock Ohio State off the Big Ten throne. Remember, Ohio State didn't win the Big Ten last year. I'm not there. And what I mean by the A&M boat is I know how well A&M has recruited. I know how much money A&M has spent. I know how good they want to be and how good they believe they are. But then A&M goes and loses 3 or 4 games a year. It's not an opinion, right? It's not. These are results. Now, the opinion comes into why do they lose 3 or 4 games a year out in College Station? And why does Penn State not seem to be able to get back to a place that they were in? And look, it's been a while, obviously. I mean, Penn State hasn't been mighty Penn State since the 80s. They've had their moments, and they're always going to be in that 9-win, 10-win range, always. I mean, that's the talent level. That's the conference they play in. That's the expectation. But they want to win national championships. But we talk a lot about Auburn comparing itself to 2 schools, Bama, Georgia. Who does Penn State compare themselves to? Only 1 school, right? And yet somehow along the way, Penn State doesn't ever seem to find a way to be great. They lose a game they're not supposed to, or they can't beat Ohio State.
Two very solid teams playing for their first NBA championships. Game 7, everything's on the line, and the star player Therese Halliburton goes down with what the internet doctors were on it immediately. All you see is it's an Achilles, it's an Achilles, it's an Achilles, it's an Achilles. Like, man, you folks on the internet really know your stuff.
Listen, WebMD, Mayo Clinic, whatever website you want to go on, they can tell you everything you need to know.
The internet knows.
We've all self-diagnosed ourselves at some point, right?
Correct.
All right, I feel something funny, or I got this cough. Let me see what's up. Uh-oh.
Well,
it's bad.
The internet knows injuries, and so the internet diagnosed it as an Achilles. And I haven't seen an official. I think the NBA is taking a cue from college football. I heard that Tyrese Halliburton has a lower leg injury.
He's got a leg.
He has a leg.
He's a leg.
There was a fun sports weekend. There were games with high impact, games with a lot of stakes on the line, and both of them, unfortunately, were unshadowed by events that were out of the normal course of the sports, what you want to see. I would say they weren't necessarily won on the field by the teams.
Sure.
I think that's the best way to say it, right? Because I do think the best teams won. I think LSU might have been a smidge better than Coastal, but that's to be debated. And I think OKC was better than the Pacers, but they weren't. Neither team was given their full opportunity to fulfill that.
A little depressing this morning that we don't have the Tokyo series on. I didn't realize again, as I said, Tuesday morning press. Very rarely do we get like stuff that we're into, or that I mean, look, don't get me wrong. When they've got the Australian Open on, or I think it's maybe the French Open, Wimbledon, we get here and watch it. But like the Open Championship, that was a lot of fun. I think there was a few years ago some World Cup was taking place.
You're neglecting the coolest thing that we watched on live TV early one morning. And that leads us into our segment. We were able to break the news about one golfer being arrested on his way to the tournament. We did see that live, and we were trying to figure out whether we were getting pranked or what was happening. Right. So that's probably the top of the list of things we've seen early in the morning. But you're right, we don't get a chance to see live actual sports.
Yeah, so I do kind of miss that. And there's the Shohei Ohtani home run from yesterday. They almost ruled fan interference on that. You see this? Ooh. They're having to reach. Very questionable. I think he got helped out by some people there.
Well, tie goes to the home field.
Tie goes to
the home field legend.
Trying to define this series. It's obviously a big series. You're going to play a top 3 team. You're 1-2 in conference. you try and figure we have to be realistic and say that we're the underdog in this thing.
Absolutely. That's very clear.
And so it's I don't want to be. I know we tend to be overly dramatic here at times. Although, as we learned during basketball season, maybe although neither South Carolina or LSU ended up getting into the NIT tournament. So
Rephrase that. We declined. We got in there.
Did we?
We declined the invitation. Rephrase that, sir.
Okay.
We declined the
I
invitation.
never actually saw an invitation to decline. I have declined going to the Masters dinner. Yesterday, a tradition like no other. Scotty Scheffler puts out his what do you want to call it? Masters dinner menu. And Preston, the Masters Dinner Club, I guess things that you can't have stand out the most, and the fact that there's no money that can buy you into this dinner. There's no amount of money. Nobody out there can just go, you know what? I want to be there. Here's X number of dollars. Like, the only people who get to go are winners.
Mm-hmm.
It is the most exclusive of exclusive clubs almost. And the fact that, by the way, they don't even they basically, you're allowed to film them going in, but that's it. And then they give you your green jacket and then they take the picture. That's a really, really wild club to be a part of.
Yeah, good spot. Good spot. So, yeah, the experience, when you talk about exclusivity and highfalutin, this is a spot where you have to earn your reservation to be at the table.
And then yesterday, the Masters dinner. Now, you got the best chefs in the world. Mm-hmm. So, Scotty Scheffler, and of course, if you've seen these things, if you've really followed them over the years, boy, winners go with what it's their menu. Scotty Scheffler yesterday going cheeseburger sliders, served Scotty style. I believe that is just with a pickle, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Firecracker shrimp. This is just the appetizer. Sweet Thai chili and sriracha mayo. Papa Chef's meatball and ravioli bites. I believe that is what he was fixing when he cut his hand in the glass back in Christmas. So he's got some kind of cheese and a tomato basil sauce. The first course will be Texas-style chili, cheddar cheese, jalapenos, and corn chips. How are we feeling so far?
Okay. Not a fan of firecracker shrimp. Never had them.
Really?
No, never worked for me.
Didn't see that one coming.
We're solid so far. Let's keep it going.
Okay. All right. So then that leads us down to the actual main course, which will be wood-fired cowboy ribeye or blackened redfish.
Mm-hmm.
It says family-style macaroni and cheese, jalapeno creamed corn, soy-glazed Brussels sprouts, chipotle lime, roasted sweet potatoes.
All right.
So you get your option. If you're a steak guy, you can go steak. If you're a fish guy, I can tell you blackened redfish is absolutely delicious.
Rev share has started.
Yep.
We've talked about it. What does rev share mean? Rev share means that the payments are now coming directly from the schools.
Yes.
When the players receive payment, as in check, direct deposit, however this works, it will say their institution on it. And it will not say a third party.
Jerry Ford hanging out with Wes Mitchell, Chris Clark, Gamecock Central, takeover hour here on the game and also GamecockCentral.com. Looking back at the 2025 football season, all right, guys, so obviously this whole segment will be Lenora Sellers. Let's not bury the lead here. First of all, you guys were talking, and I won't lie, I was again, coming from covering the NFL like I have in my life, I'm always looking at all these players from the business perspective. Are you going to be a first-round pick? Guaranteed rookie deals, 5 years, blah, 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 all that stuff. Business decisions always say, if you're going to be a first-round pick, go. If you get the intel that says whether it's 1 to 32, you go. But you guys were starting to talk a little while ago that you were getting some word that Lenoris, there's a good chance he comes back before a lot of people were even talking about it, to your credit. Good job, fellas. First of all, as much as you can tell us, what gave you that intel a little earlier than most people were picking up on it?
Yeah, I mean, Chris, I won't speak for you, but I think just early in the, going into the year, the thought process was, at least from what I was hearing from people around Lenoris, was, all right, he's going to have this huge year this year. He'll probably be a projected top 10, possibly top 5 pick. And then, he'll probably go and everybody will be happy. And so to me, it was maybe halfway through the year you started to hear like, all right, the year has not gone the way he thought it would, anybody thought it would. And then this is when you start seeing those rumors online. You even have Todd McShay talking about, I'm here in Miami. And, for 2 straight off seasons, people have tried to put this thing out there like this kid's just dying to leave South Carolina. And I don't think that's ever really been the case. Like, I mean, his dad went kind of viral last offseason. We're talking about, hey, we were getting offered all these millions of dollars. So, yes, of course, there were teams trying to get him into the portal. That's a fact. But I don't think he's ever been just dying to leave. I think he wants to continue to try to bring his state forward and play for the home state school. So, I think just about midway through the year, I started to hear like, hey, the draft stock isn't going to be quite what he wants it to be. He hasn't played near to the standard he wanted to. And the other part is just this idea, Chris, that you need a certain amount of reps. You need a certain amount of snaps in college to put yourself in a position to be successful in the NFL, because they are not patient in the NFL. Once you get in there, even if you're a high pick, if it's not working out, they will move right along very, very quickly.
Well, it's interesting about the experience because I always say this, in the NFL, when you draft a quarterback, there's 2 buckets of failure. A is completion percentage. If you're inaccurate in college in bigger windows, you're not going to be able to hit smaller windows in the NFL. Every now and then there's an outlier, but typically the other one is starts. If you, like Anthony Richardson is the greatest example of 2 buckets of failure. He was in both buckets, and look what's happened. But so experience, your point was, you're never going to get too much experience. It's never going to hurt you, Chris.
Yeah. Well, and to go back to what you said, Wes, you think about what the difference was from, physical tools. We even saw some of that this year. Season didn't go how he wanted or how South Carolina wanted, but several weeks there would be these viral. Remember the throw he made against Missouri, and everybody, this is a first-round throw, which it is. So it just kind of changed the equation with the season that he had individually and the season that the team had, where his stock was not as high as it could have been. And, when we say, oh, he looked like a first-round pick going into 25, that still kind of had to crystallize. A lot of mock drafts have guys in the first round that were never going to be first-round picks. Sellers has the goods to be that guy, but it had to play out that way throughout the season, and it didn't. And I would say another thing, Terry, when you're talking about kind of the business, the equation of even jumping to the NFL has changed. The days are gone where, we saw this a few times in the past, a guy would leave South Carolina, like a Captain Munnerlyn, he leaves and then ends up being, what was he, a 7th-round pick? Now, he stayed in the league for a long time. He had a really good career. He played in a lot of games. He wouldn't do that nowadays. Right. You would stay in college because, frankly, you're getting paid in college, too. You can do very well for yourself. So if the equation changes to where you're a redshirt sophomore quarterback, the history is not great with those in the NFL, just in general. There's a few outliers, Mike Vick, for example. There's not a lengthy track record of those, and if you're not going to be a guaranteed first-round pick, frankly, it makes a lot more sense to stay in college. Now you can go raise your stock again.
You bring up a great point. The NIL has changed this because now you can stay, get paid, get some more experience.
Get paid well.
Yes, get paid well. It's not like, going to work at, Sonic and make like $12 an hour. So, because that was my thing, too, is I thought, well, because you have NIL, now that's a different thing than 10 years ago when you didn't.
Yeah.
So the NIL thing, if there's no NIL, Sellers might still go and give it a shot because he's going to get paid, and even if he's a second-round pick. So the NIL thing has changed so many things, Wes.
It changes everything, and I think it changes everything for the guys who aren't like Sellers, who are more, like he's talking about. If you're a projected late-round pick, but you have this opportunity, you're like a heck of a college football player, but you're just not, maybe you're not big enough, you're not fast enough, but you're at a place where you're succeeding and they're going, hey, we would love to have this production back again next year, then, you may have a much better chance to make really, really good money in college than you do in the NFL. So I think that factors in a ton with these guys. And as much as the college game has changed, as much as fans hate the portal and stuff like that, it does, this combination of the portal and NIL does keep, I think, your maybe upper-level talent in the college game potentially a little bit longer.
The Diego Pavia model.
Yes.
Just keep going, man, until they kick you out. Make your money. All right, Kendall Browse getting hired as the offensive coordinator. How much of that makes Lenore Sellers go, wow? Arkansas, KJ Jefferson. I'm sure people said, hey, Lenore, see what this did for this guy. And he's not the talent that you are.
Yep.
How much of the Kendall Browse factor do you think has made Lenore Sellers feel even better about his decision?
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be a factor, for your, not just for Sellers, but for all your guys. You need to be able to point to something that's going to change the equation from what it was last year. And so I do think, not that you're letting Lenore Sellers make the hire, obviously, but you can't get into that business. But you do have to hire a guy where there's a clear plan, there's a clear vision of how to improve and elevate not only his play individually for Sellers, but really for the entire offense. And frankly, you've got a bunch of guys on the defensive side of the ball that are going to want to see that too, right? Because they weren't always in the best situations either that they were put in throughout the year. So it was important for Sellers and everyone, and all the indications that we've gotten are that was a key part of it, and that it was very important too. Another thing I would say too is, you've got proof of concept for guys like Lenore Sellers and Dylan Stewart, because we were talking earlier about how a year ago, literally, this team was sitting there watching the college football playoff selection show, wondering if they were going to be in, and it wasn't a pipe dream necessarily that you could have gotten in. So you've got that proof of concept. You had a poor year, but you've got that to fall back on, plus the changes that you're making going into this year.
Last thing for you guys, Dylan Stewart is the other big thing here. Wes, your thoughts? Dylan Stewart lining up and chasing quarterbacks in South Carolina next in 2026?
Yeah, I think so. You always have to be careful with the caveat of, how quickly things can change. Right now I would lean towards him being back. And, we talked about the portal and kind of who do you need to bring in if you're South Carolina. I think, once again, going out, trying to find somebody. Brian Thomas Jr. had a phenomenal year opposite of Dylan this year. BT's obviously gone. Can you go out? And I think that's a spot where you're going to have to go spend some money and just be willing to do it and say, hey, you have one piece of this puzzle, and can you add that guy opposite of him? Dylan, this was talked about a lot last year. Dylan was really more worried about who's going to come in and who can help me on this defensive line, as opposed to necessarily squeezing South Carolina for every penny or something like that. So he takes a little bit more of a big picture approach to things. That's another guy, like Chris was alluding to. I've heard he wanted to see who they were going to bring in on offense. What is the offense going to look like for this upcoming season? So, I think South Carolina should be in a good position to have their core guys, Lenore's and Dylan, back next year.
Hate to ask a question, I think I know the answer, but I'll go to you with Nick Harbor, another one people have been asking about. It feels like Harbor should be back, but, you know more than I do.
Yeah, same caveat that Wes had. You got to monitor these things ongoing, but he's another core kind of key guy where there have been some positive indications there, that he'll come back as well. And he grew as a player last year, and I think has another step or steps that he can take. He'll also have the decision, about track. Do you add that back into the equation? Do you not? He took the year off from track this year, and that paid dividends for him. He would be another guy like Dylan, Lenoris, or many others that would have a market in the portal if they wanted to go, but the indications there have been pretty good, it seems like.
Wes Mitchell, Chris Clark, Gamecock Central Takeover Hour here on 107.5 The Game and the Game Network, and also GamecockCentral.com. Appreciate you, fellas.
Thanks.
We'll do it again at the end of 26.
Let's do it.
Why not? All right, just to let you know, the baggage has been picked up.
No,
You guys okay?
on golf. So now we'll deal with on golf. Now, that was.
Yeah, I wish I could help you out on that. All right, ready? 107.5 the game TV, as we look back on 2025. Jack Veltri, Gamecock Central, and the Extra Point. Preston Thorne from the early game, Bill Gunner from the halftime show. We're concentrating on Gamecock football right now. We've talked about what didn't go right, what went wrong. Now let's look forward to what we hope is going right. And we'll start with the hiring of the OC, Kendall Briles. Jack Veltri, happy with the hiring of Briles? What do you think?
I think it was about as good of a hire as they could have made, guys. I mean, you see his track record at Arkansas, TCU, Baylor. He's done a good job. And the thing that I think he mentioned in his introductory press conference was they're going to build this offense around Lenore Sellers, who I know we'll talk a lot about probably in this segment. That's great, but at the time we didn't know if Lenore's come back, and now it seems like he is. You get the pieces in place. I say that because look at the quarterbacks that he's worked with over the years. He's worked with Robert Griffin III, who won the Heisman Trophy at Baylor. He's worked with KJ Jefferson, who is very much like Sellers in a lot of ways, where a big athletic guy that's a dual threat quarterback. I think that's another good comp. Another guy that I think everyone kind of forgets about, De'Aaron King at Houston in 2018, had his best season by far with I think it was 36 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, ran for a ton of yardage on the ground. That's the type of offense you're hoping to run with Lenore Sellers here. A lot of tempo, RPO, option, a lot of different things that fit Lenore's skill set. The other good thing about Briles is that we've seen now that he can work with any type of quarterback. He worked with Josh Hoover at TCU the last few years, who is not your dual threat quarterback. He's much more of your pro-style pocket passing type of quarterback, threw for almost 4,000 yards 2 seasons ago in 2024. So all that to be said, I think there's a lot of excitement about this offense heading into 2026. You still need to get the pieces in place. Got to make sure Lenore's is back, see what happens with Nick Harbor, all these different guys. But I think on paper, this can be really good with Briles.
You down with Briles there, Preston Thorne?
Yeah, it's a good selection because he has a precedent and a track record of putting up points, which we have not had here. And when you listen to his press conference, he talked about having an offense, having an offensive identity. Right now, we have an idea of what that offense is going to look like. And it's going to be fast, it's going to be fun, it's going to be a college-style offense. So, yeah, that was probably my main requirement, is that we go get somebody from college. So, yeah, as it's gone on, and I've looked at it and I've thought about it, I'm more and more excited about the hire.
How about you, Bill?
I'm probably less excited than y'all. I'm probably a little more cynical because of the hype of last year, and I'm kind of now in show me mode. Okay,
Yes.
Is it a good hire? Yeah. Is it probably the best hire you could have made? Probably so because of the name. Like I like Kevin Decker at Old Dominion. I was a big fan of his. John David Baker at Duke seemed very attractive, but they weren't the names that Kendall Briles is, and so that's the big thing. I think the question arises: are we under the impression that this is really Shane's make or break year? And then this is a longer discussion than we have time for. But is this a sign from Jeremiah Donati? All right, you're good for 2 years, because you look at the Briles contract. And it's heavy. I mean, it's solid. It's what you got to do in this day and age. But is this Jeremiah Donati going, all right, I mean, don't go 4-8 with 8 blowout losses next year. Don't go losing to Clemson. But if you're 6-6, we're going to work through this thing and we're going to get you to where you feel comfortable. And I think that's an interesting part. The other part that I'm interested in is, and I'll let all three of y'all weigh in to see if you think the same. This appears in December of 2025 to get this September 2026. Shane Beamer now going, I'm not involved in this anymore. It's your offense. And you know what? If you come here and you put up 36 points a game and we average 500 yards, nobody goes, well, that Sonny Dykes ran a pretty competent offense. That Lane Kiffin ran a pretty confident offense. Whose was it? I feel like this is Shane throwing his hands up going, it's all yours. And almost going down a Steve Spurrier path of not knowing the name of his, you know Shane will know it, but you get my point. Like,
Hey, Ron, what you got to say about that?
but I do feel, and I don't know if y'all agree with that, it feels like Shane is developing as a coach, and this is another life lesson for him where he goes, it's you. It's all you. I'll listen on the headset, and I'll offer a suggestion here or there, but unlike I think with the previous three, it's you, buddy.
Well, I got to wear the headset on the sideline because the camera's got to get me with the headset on because I'm the head coach.
Right.
And I got to walk up and down. That's like head coach 101, right? Whether he might have his playlist from Spotify.
He's just playing Sandstorm there the entire time. That's all it is.
You know, my thing with Bryles is, I think you guys all hit it in different ways. The word also is safe hire. Bryles has a resume and a track record. Every place he goes, that first year, that offense pops too, man. You look at the improvement in every one of his stops from the year before, the offense gets better in production, points per game, yards, everything. When you're, to your point here, when you come off of 4-8, when everybody thought you were going to be competing for a college football playoff spot, and by the way, the dude in the AD's office isn't named Tanner anymore, this guy didn't hire you. So you are on your seat, yeah, the fire alarm's going off in your office now. You can't afford Decker. I love Decker.
I did.
That old Dominion offense would have been a barrel of fun to watch. But if you're Shane, you can't afford to hire Decker, right?
I made the analogy on our show. It was like I had a bunch of family in town last week. We was trying to figure out where we were going to go to eat.
Uh-huh.
Of course, we ended up going into Big Chain Restaurant, Big Chain Restaurant USA. I wanted to go somewhere cool, you know, somewhere with a hip menu, somewhere that uses a lot of farm-to-table ingredients.
Right.
But my aunties and uncles are not having that, right? They're like, let's just go to some place that we know, and it was fine. It was everybody was happy. But if we would have went to my restaurant, I think it would have been great. But there's a chance,
Right.
that they would have looked at that menu and said, I can't pronounce any of this stuff on
I got a question. How was Applebee's?
Good guess. Probably guess 2 was the one. It's the one with the Italian food and Italian food.
When y'all did, you correct me, you tell me what you heard. When y'all did your interview with Beamer, you and Jay, what is that, around December 17th, there was speculation on the internet, I saw on Twitter, X, whatever, and on some of the message boards, that the way Shane worded it was the Donati kind of, I don't want to say pushed him, although that was the language of the message boards, pushed him more toward Bryles. Did you get that?
I thought it was interesting, the answer, because when we asked him about Donati, and Jay brought up Donati in the conversation, I feel like, here's what I feel like. I feel like the Kendall Bryles-Donati connection was a thing here. I really do. I believe that if Donati's not the athletic director at South Carolina, maybe Kendall Bryles isn't the offensive coordinator. Not to say it's a bad thing. Connections work it all. We all work in the world, right? Connections matter, and who you know in networking matters. I'm not saying Shane wouldn't have looked at, Shane even said he didn't know Kendall Bryles. He had never talked to him or met him. So there's got to be a bridge with Donati, Bryles, and Beamer that makes sense here. Because unless, the only other thing I can say is this. Look at Bryles at TCU, his situation. Look, man, the Baylor people, TCU people, they hate each other. Bryles from Baylor, Bryles with the scandal. Now you brought the Baylor guy with the scandal to TCU. All of a sudden, everybody at TCU, they've never done anything wrong. They're holier than thou, right? Sure they are. And so Bryles, Dykes is on a hot seat in a way now. Worst thing he ever did was go to the college football playoff championship game. So there's a hot seat going there. So if you're Kendall Bryles, you want to get out possibly, right? So maybe there was some back channeling through Bryles' agent to possible landing spots that could have brought him here.
Okay.
I'm just giving you another road.
I don't know how you took it.
But I take it that Donati, whatever it is, in some way, shape, or form, was
Kind of.
yeah.
You don't
kind
have
of.
to do it. I'm just suggesting.
Yes.
You're saying Donati walked in and saw all the resumes and kept like pulling Bryles back to the middle?
What about this one?
Or this one, like my dad used to do to me. Hey, boy, I ain't telling you what to do, but
I'm not telling you there's a guy downstairs in 10 minutes, but if I were,
I got a suggestion for you. And again, Shea would never say that, and Donati would never
Right.
say it, because you can't bring that, you can't have that perception. But I do believe, honestly, there is something with Jeremiah Donati, Kendall Bryles, and this got together in some way with Shane through that kind of road, if that makes any sense. All right, so now that we have the offensive coordinator, feels like the quarterback is coming back. What do you think, Jack?
It seems like it, right? It was the past weekend here after Kendall Bryles was officially hired that the news broke. I think Pete Thamel from ESPN first reported it, that South Carolina and Lenore Sellers are finalizing a deal to make this thing happen. And yeah, you get him back. That is awesome news because, as we kind of mentioned before, I think Lenore's best fits this type of offense that Kendall Bryles runs. And I think that's another thing that probably went into this hiring process is, Shane mentioned it in one of his press conferences that like a lot of these coaches are asking, am I going to get to work with Lenoris? Am I going to get to work with Nick Carver? And I don't think at the time Shane really knew what that was going to look like. But now that he'll be back for 2026, more likely than not, you get a quarterback that can run this offense really well that I think Bryles has in store. We've seen it, as I mentioned, with a guy like KJ Jefferson, who's eerily similar to Lenoris with his big physical size and speed. I think that could work really, really well here at South Carolina. So I think the short answer is yes, it's exciting that he's going to be back for 2026, but there are a lot of things he's got to work on. He's an uber talented player, but there's a lot of raw talent there that I think needs to still be kind of well maintained.
Perfect job by you, because I was going there next and you led me to it. What a transition by Jack Veltri. Preston, Bill, we look at that offense that Mike Shula put together last year. Lenoris, I said he looked like he had a wedgie for a whole year. He didn't look comfortable. Are we just going to say all of this was the offense? If you guys both watch Lenoris, give me the one thing you think Lenoris has to work on to be better.
I'm with Jack. I think there's a bunch, to be honest, and this is why I go back and said, like, what was the work ethic in the offseason? It's easy to blame Shula for the play calls. We saw those, and if it was 3rd or 4th and 1, you played football, but we could have figured out what was going to happen. So that goes on him. But to Jack's point, I'm with him on that, man. Like, his footwork appears atrocious, absolutely atrocious. Whether it's him or whether it was Shula, nobody really taught him to read a field. I mean, there's throws that he made all season where you had a guy open on the left and a guy double covered on the right, and he threw it into the double covered guy. I mean, to me, it's all of being a quarterback. It's everything. And I go back and wonder, his redshirt freshman season, 2024, was so good. And let's be hard. As humble as he comes across, it's hard for any 19-year-old to get $4 million, a beautiful-looking truck, a great-looking girlfriend, to be all over national news. I know I wouldn't have handled it well with my ego. I wouldn't have handled it well at all. And you got these kids now, it's totally different than when, Dontrell Pinkins or Blake Mitchell or Savell were coming in post Phil Petty. Phil was probably the one guy who could handle it, right? No?
Okay.
R.I.P. Phil Petty too. Okay. And if Phil Petty, Phil Petty, but if he could, Phil Petty is the one we look up to as like grandfather Petty, like. Mm-hmm.
Phil's the dude. He's a leader of men for sure. Part of his charm was that he led men.
Yeah.
A lot of places. Well, rest in peace.
But my point on that is and so Jack, I go back from post Illinois to Virginia Tech. What was your level of commitment? The easiest thing in the world is for us and for Lenoris to be like, it's that guy, the offensive coordinator. We got him out of here, but I'd be holding the Heisman with anybody else. It's that guy, right? It's the easiest thing in the world. There's some accountability on his part too, and so you're right. These next 9 or 10 months, that's huge for him. And whether it's Kendall Bryles standing over him or him being on the field every day and working on different stuff, he's got to do it. And I put some of the blame on him.
What do you think, Preston?
I think that's fair. Obviously, when you are supposed to be at a certain level and you don't perform there, you have to take some of that accountability. It was interesting, though, listening. Obviously, Dow loved to talk, and he loved to talk about himself, and he would love to.
Don't forget about the NFL,
and
too.
the NFL, about how he coached Jay Cutler and Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Dow coached in the NFL?
Yeah, he did.
Coached Jay Cutler?
We would find that out. But he also talked a lot about coaching Lenoris. Mm-hmm. We never heard Mike, except for putting poop on his desk. That's all we ever heard Mike Shula talk about Coach Lenoris. We didn't even hear him say that. Mm-hmm. And so I wonder if Lenoris even knows what it's like to be coached, what expectations are, how do you prepare for this big of a scenario, and he has to take accountability for that, and there has to be people in place to coach him, because even at the highest levels, no matter who they are, they need coaching.
And that's to your point, and you guys nailed it on some of these little things, like the footwork is very sloppy. Sometimes the arm angles aren't consistent. And one thing Jay and I talked about, Shula worked with Lenoris last year, right? Well, then Shula becomes the offensive coordinator / quarterback coach. I think in today's age, you got 70 guys on every staff now, right? Every Power 4 school who's serious needs a quarterback coach. They don't do anything else.
I think yes, I agree. And that's a point to what Shane is assembling his staff. He did have an assistant quarterback coach, somebody who was not experienced, somebody who had no track record of working with the quarterback. And he trusted a rookie with this precious possession. And to me, that's on Shane.
That's like giving my son the Lamborghini at 15 when he has learner's permit.
Here, son, you got your learner's permit.
Go
you
drive
want to take my precious car out? Nah, you can't.
I'll tell you
do
guys
that.
really quick. When I learned about the footwork aspect of quarterbacking, Gary Kubiak, coach of the Broncos, won a Super Bowl, was the offensive coordinator in Baltimore for a year, and he worked with Joe Flacco. Every day, Flacco had to do footwork drills, and of course, it obviously drove any quarterback insane every day. Flacco had his best season because his footwork got phenomenal. And going back to Lenoris, you don't throw the ball with your arm, you throw the ball with your feet.
Right.
And going to your point, Bill, that footwork was sloppy a lot.
There was also just a weird dynamic. I go back to SEC Media Days, and we interviewed him, and it was just a quarterback different. I don't know what your opinion is as being in college level, where either they were playing coy with us or they weren't willing to admit where Mike Shula was going to be at, on the field or in the box. And Lenoris, in the interview we had with him, basically stated like, well, every time I ask him, he tells me I'll find out the day of the Virginia Tech game. And I'm like, that dynamic Mike Shula seemed to change from being whoever he was as the assistant or the analyst to being the OC. And I wonder if those two didn't see eye to eye almost immediately, and there was a change that came over Mike Shula.
All right, we'll come back in here. We have other sports to get to. We got men's basketball, women's basketball, baseball. We got to hit some other things looking back at 2025. Jack Veltri, Preston Thorne, Bill Gunner, Terry Ford, right here on The Game and The Game TV.
RevShare has started.
Yep.
We talked about it. What does RevShare mean? RevShare means that the payments are now coming directly from the schools.
Yes.
When the players receive payment.
I think South Carolina, by and large, acquitted themselves quite well at media days. Now, they went day one. They were their very first rotation the Gamecocks were part of. So, by the end of the week, you might have thought, people still thinking about the Gamecocks? Well, Lenoris Sellers was the number one quarterback in terms of the preseason vote. Take that as you will. It's a preseason vote. But that surprised me a little. Not that I think he's a bad quarterback. I think he's an awesome quarterback. But I thought Nussmeier might get the nod. Nussmeier finished second in that vote. Arch Manning did finish third. And remember, these are predictions.
Right.
So you're not, for a lot of people, and I know you felt this way, I didn't vote for Arch. It's not, again, nothing against the kid. I put Taylon Green third because I think he's going to have a big year. And I think he and Bobby Petrino are working well together. And the fact that I have come back from media days thinking good things of both Eli Drinkwitz and Bobby Petrino.
You gonna be okay?
I don't know.
Right?
It's sort of like reverse cynicism. Rory McIlroy hit a shot on Saturday out of the deep stuff. and when he hit it, a second ball was there. Think of how hard it would be to have a golf ball land on another hidden golf ball. All of you know how big a golf ball is. All of you know how much acreage there is, if you will, on a golf course. And when he hit his ball, the bottom of his club struck another ball, made his ball fall short. The other ball comes up. He realizes, at least, thank God, that the ball that went forward was his ball. Mm-hmm. And he's like, what the heck just happened? It's one of those things. I wouldn't even think of that as a possibility to happen. You find a ball in the rough sometimes, right?
Right, sure.
We used to do that. My buddies and I, if you hit one in the woods, which sometimes we would do.
You'd find 20.
You're like, hey, there's a ball. Sure. Well, nobody wants this ball. Ooh, this is a nice brand new Titleist.
I'll take this
That
one.
must be somebody who's rich, and he just didn't want his ball. He didn't want to come in the woods. He just dropped another clean, nice new ball. Landon Duckworth, he's from Jackson, Alabama, a 4-star kid. He had actually been a Gamecock commitment a couple of years ago, had committed initially to Dowell Loggins. But when Dowell moved on to become head coach at Appalachian State, Landon decommitted from South Carolina, smartly, in my opinion. He still loved the school, but wanted to make sure that any relationship he might have at Carolina was going to be good. And, again, being a kid from the state of Alabama, was also heavily recruited by Auburn. But on Friday night, he announced that Carolina was the choice. He had several offers, including Mississippi, Florida State, Georgia, A&M, Florida, Oregon, North Carolina, and Arkansas. But, again, had come down to the final two of the Gamecocks and the Auburn Tigers. Recently, when speaking to On3, that's where Gamecock Central works, he said, quote, when I decommitted, there was no love lost for me. Coach Beamer is a great coach, and he's always been great with me. The connection that we have goes back a long time. Coach Beamer and the people there always make me feel at home. Landon Duckworth is currently going into his senior year, 6'3", 180 pounds, and is the number 8 quarterback nationally in this recruiting class.
You truly are a fan when you're not willing to call it. When you don't have the investment, when you don't have the interest, when you don't have the garden flag, you're like, yeah, ball game, done, 3-1. I got no pain. If they come back, I got no pain in this.
I don't know, man. Those Knicks fans last night seemed like they were calling it on and on and on and on.
We all agree as a head coach, Will Muschamp is a complete failure, right?
Yes.
Okay, we all agree with that.
Twice.
Exactly. As a head coach, he's a complete failure. As a defense coordinator, maybe he's great, maybe he's not. I don't know. I'll let you decide that. You're the football player. Will Muschamp has been paid to go away, to stop coaching football programs handsomely, to the tune of roughly over $30 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, $30 million. In his lifetime as a football coach, he's made over $100 million.
Mm-hmm.
But as a head football coach, the guy who led the program, the guy who was the most accountable, the guy who sat at the head desk, where apparently the buck stops, $30 million were handed to him to stop.
The Bucks have not stopped. The Bucks are still flowing.
There is nobody who is living a better life than Will Muschamp right now. Playoff nights last night, NHL, I was fully invested because, well, I don't get to pick on Patrick Pratt that much anymore, and he's not around. So when I get my opportunities, I take it. And last night, Hurricanes 5-2 over Patrick's beloved Washington Capitals. A glorious night. Preston?
It's 3-1. Is it over?
It's not over. Last night in the NBA, you had the playoffs. By the way, Jason Tatum, maybe I wasn't paying enough attention as it occurred. We've got these two TVs in here, and so they've really focused in on that injury and him on the court. I guess I just didn't realize how injured he looked.
Oh, it's a wrap.
At the end, and I'm you hope the best for him. I don't want to see him get hurt. Richard weighed in. I believe it was Richard who weighed in earlier and said, Preston, watch to see how much better Boston gets without Jason Tatum. Says ball movement will be exceptional, and everyone involved, they will flourish while he's out. And Brown is a leader. I still want the Knicks to win, though.
Should North Carolina be in the tournament? No. I don't think so. You can't go 1-12 against quad 1 teams and be in the NCAA tournament. Your strength of schedule to me doesn't matter if you can't beat anybody. You played a lot of tough teams. Yeah, they all kicked the snot out of you. I just don't think North Carolina should be in. West Virginia, much more worthy to be in total than North Carolina, to me, if you look at the resumes. I think playing a strong schedule should matter, but you know what? Also, I think winning some of those games should matter more than playing the tough schedule. So, West Virginia is not in. They get snubbed, sure, but look, I always say this. When you're belly aching and whining and moaning about not being Team 68, that's your problem. How many things did you screw up along the way to put yourself on that bubble? So that's really on you. You can get mad and jump it down and whine, scream and yell and hold your breath until you turn colors, but really the reason you're not in the tournament is your fault. You know what's creepy?
What's that?
Looking at Urkel host a game show.
Oh, so that's what he's doing now.
They had some show on Fox 57.
Wait, do you know what his real name is?
No. Oh, yeah. I used to. Not anymore.
It's Jaleel White.
Yeah, that guy. He's Urkel.
Yeah.
His driver's license should say Urkel.
He and Daniel Radcliffe, the ultimate typecast.
Oh, no doubt.
They're that one character forever.
Oh, they can't fix it, can't change it. And Daniel Radcliffe just tried to do theater
he's done a whole
movies
bunch of stuff and comedy and nah, you're Harry Potter.
Yeah, you're always going to be Harry Potter. I hope you made a lot of money.
He did.
He did.
But yeah, in terms of being taken seriously in any other role, nah.
All right, what's trending? Obviously, USC Pro Day was today. We'll see how that does, who that can help. Regarding the draft process, we have kind of gone back and forth on this all day about, I think a guy like Kyle Kennard, he's kind of fallen back in this thing. You're saying, but Terry, he hasn't played a game in months. I know, but that's the way this process goes. It'd be good for Kyle Kennard to have a good pro day. That would be nice. Rocket Sanders, for an example. Be good for him to have a pro day. I think Rocket Sanders is a guy that I could see getting picked 7th round, 6th round tops. Injury issues have been a thing with Rocket Sanders. He's a guy, look, he breaks a lot of tackles. Once he breaks a second level for a guy that size, he's got some good speed. But there are injuries, and he initiates and gets a lot of contact. But he could be a guy, if he can have a good pro day, might help him out a little bit. The NIT, the fun just keeps going, man. South Alabama, their head coach, not very happy. Richie Riley says what the NIT did to South Alabama is unacceptable. Riley told AL.com he was informed late Sunday evening that his team, South Alabama, had been invited to the NIT because UC Riverside declined its invitation due to a previous commitment to play in the CBI. You're saying, what the heck's a CBI? The College Basketball Invitational, which should be let's be honest, it's NCAA tournament is number one, and number two is who cares? Let's just be real. But if you're ranking these things because you have to, it would be NCAA tournament, NIT, then you would get the CBI or whatever else after NIT. But UC Riverside had already committed to the CBI, so they couldn't take the NIT bid. So South Alabama was extended an offer to play in the NIT. So the coach Riley continues on, quote, I tell Sunbelt Conference Commissioner Keith Gill and NCAA Senior Vice President of Basketball Dan Gavitt, I'm going to tell my guys, the players. They're like, go ahead. So I tell the team. Then Gill and Gavitt call back, whatever time it was, 10:45, 11 o'clock. Dan's like, no, UC Riverside is back in. I hate that we have to do this. The coach, Coach Riley, snaps back. This is unacceptable. You can't do that. The NIT and the Sunbelt Conference called South Alabama's invitation premature in statements released Monday and apologized to the program. I mean, this is just a cluster. I guess here's the way I would look at this. I'm not the commissioner of anything. If UC Riverside told you that they could not accept the NIT bid because they have a commitment to another tournament, you say, okay. Then you offer to South Alabama. Now, if UC Riverside comes back to you and says, we got out of the CBI, you say this, and this is not difficult. Ready? Too late.
We're judging this team how they're judging themselves. And one of those pillars that they want to accomplish, or that they're judging themselves by, is dominating the fourth quarter. Not just winning the fourth quarter, dominating the fourth quarter. Shane Beamer's teams have done a pretty good job in that over the last few years. In his time as the head coach at South Carolina, he is 30, 14, and 7 in the fourth quarter. 30, 14, and 7. Now, they haven't won all of those games, but those are the quarters that they've won.
Wouldn't we love to see the stats on the first quarter in a lot of those games?
In a lot of those games, yeah. So sometimes you do lose it early.
14,
right?
30, and 1. No, I'm just kidding.
Or they lose it in the middle eight. That's usually one of those things too. I think about the Tennessee game in 2023, where it's like potentially a one-score game going into halftime. You throw a pick six, Tennessee gets the ball back to start the second half. They steal a possession and they score. And instead of it being a one-score game, going in to play defense and trying to get a stop, it's now a two-score game. That drive becomes crucially important. Tennessee scores. Now it's a three-score game. And then you play the entire second half feeling pretty much hopeless. And it rendered that fourth quarter obsolete. I went back when I went to tally up this number of what Shane's record is in the fourth quarter alone in his time at South Carolina. I remember seeing that game being like, oh, wow, they did win that fourth quarter, didn't they? Didn't matter because of how it was messed up along the way.
So as you know, I'm here for a good time, not a long time today. So I'm here in and out. And I want to leave you the question that might leave you spiraling a little bit.
Okay.
Is this the maturation or the final outcome of people playing video games? Because everybody that plays Madden or college football knows you cannot throw a pick before halftime when the other team's getting the ball. You know that in video games. Like you are very cognizant of that happening. And that's never been a real thing in real life football strategy. But now that we've had generations that have grown up, is this why the middle eight has become such an important factor?
It might be. I never heard of I heard that as a concept until Bill Belichick would talk about it, or you'd watch things about those Patriots teams, and they talked about winning the middle eight, right? And then in the next segment, I took a dive into what South Carolina did in the middle eight last year. Now, some of the numbers aren't. It's not like this absolute trend of you win the middle eight, you win the game, but it was crucial in a few of the games last year. A few of them. Sometimes it makes it where the fourth quarter doesn't matter as much because you have done damage in a certain amount of time before the game, stole possessions, because obviously in football, you score, you have to kick the ball to the other team, or at least try to. You got to make it count. You've seen what Mike Furry did in the first half against A&M. You saw what he did in the second half against A&M, and those are two different conflicting pictures. Then you saw what the offense did against Coastal Carolina, where it's the cleanest and most well-executed game they have played all year, at least from a statistical standpoint, right? Shane, even after the game, because I did ask him after the game about how he thought they executed the game plan. And he still said they left some plays on the table, a couple things they wanted to do they weren't able to hit on. But you can't argue with 51 points, all offensive, scoring more touchdowns in a game than you have at any point this season, getting more yards in a game that you have at any point this season by a wide margin, really. You're seeing that success. There's real question as to if it carries over to the Clemson game. And if it does, let's just say it does. Let's say some of the predictions that we've had call in come true. Ernest says it's going to be 37-24. Sean says they're going to absolutely crush Clemson. Chuck says, who is a Clemson fan, by the way, thinks Carolina scores 30+. Wayne says it's going to be a 42-17 game. So let's just say that is the reality that we're living in this time next week. I think Mike Furry would be seriously considered I don't think that makes him a shoe-in for the job, but I think it leaves it to the point where everything's on the table. And I will add this to it. It will take a lot of stones to be able to stick with Mike Furrey. Given what just happened with Mike Shula, even if it's the right call, right? Even if it is in Shane Beamer's heart of hearts that this is the best guy to run the offense, that this is the best guy to be able to take what you're going to have coming back next year and make a winning season out of it. Even if he truly believes that, because if he does truly believe it, it becomes the right decision for him. But it would take a lot more courage and bravery to be able to do that given what we saw this year.
You nailed exactly what I was going to say. And to build on that idea of this going to take some stones, I want whoever Shane decides to be the OC, I want it to be a call that he has to have some fortitude to make.
Yeah.
When I mean that, I don't want it to be, and so there are a couple of maybe easier retreads that people would be like, oh yeah, that's a good one. And that's fine. But I'm here for Shane going and picking an up-and-coming guy that maybe nobody has necessarily heard of, or maybe a guy that's from a G5 that is working. I'm okay with Shane having to stand 10 toes down and say, this is my guy, and I'm making it. Now, whether that's Mike Furrey, okay, whatever it is, because this is the guy that you're hitching your essential career to.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's the way this looks. And so you nailed it. Yes, it is going to take Shane standing up and answering questions about why he chose this guy. Yes, it is going to be more difficult being that we just went through a in-office promotion that did not work out. But these are for different reasons. And also, when Mike Shula had his not debut, when he had his interview process or when he had his demo in the Citrus Bowl, it wasn't good.
You got two players right now in Fawali and Edwards that every team in America would want.
Sure.
Even UConn would kill for those two. You got those two. That's a nice building block for next year. Now, do they both have to take a step forward next season? Yes. But they're both stupid talented. Tessa Johnson, very talented. Best three-point shooter on the team. You don't know what's going to happen with Raven Johnson. Is she coming back? Is she not? You'll figure it out. Chloe Kitts is coming back next year. You have the makings of a really nice squad for next season already, right, Tyler?
Yeah.
Now, do you want to hit the portal, maybe get a low post type of big? Okay. Would you like to maybe get some more shooters? Okay. But, here's the thing that gets me about the shooter part. All your shooters from last year came back. They just didn't shoot as well this year, which is a little strange. But to be fair, Tina Pau last year, she was so good, you got to the point where she missed, you wanted to stop the game and figure out what happened to the ball.
Yeah,
right?
She was pretty lights out. And look, she's evolved her game to being more than just a three-point shooter, which is kind of what she was when she came in. We talked about her playing great defense a couple weeks ago, or a couple games ago, Indiana or Maryland, I forget which game it was. But, she's a more well-rounded player. But again, the production from three wasn't the same as it was. And the offense as a whole wasn't Carolina's strong point this year. And when you go up against a team that runs up and down the floor at you like UConn, you needed to be good on offense to be able to keep up, and South Carolina wasn't.
All right, Drew Pine has found a landing spot, Tyler. He went from Notre Dame to Arizona State to Missouri. Played against South Carolina in the Gator Bowl, if my memory serves me.
Or
did he transfer out?
I think he transferred because it was Tyler Buckner.
That's right, because Pine was the starter and transferred out, and then Buckner stepped in, right?
Because Buckner started the season, got hurt, missed most of the year. Pine started the majority of the year, but then Buckner came back because Pine had already been in the transfer portal. I know. It's a lot to keep up with, and now Buckner plays lacrosse at Notre Dame after going to Alabama.
It's crazy. Colorado had their pro day here in the last, within the last week, and this will shock you. Deion Sanders thinks the first two picks in the draft should be Travis Hunter. Who did he play for in college?
Colorado.
And the second pick should be quarterback Shedeur Sanders. Where did he play?
Also Colorado.
Who's his dad?
And Deion.
Look, I'll say this. I think if I was picking number one overall, and I keep saying this, I would take either Travis Hunter or I'd take my guy, the Mauler, coming off the edge of Penn State. I just think Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter are the two best players in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have enough faith in any of these quarterbacks to take them number one. That's not to say these quarterbacks can't be really good. Sure they can. I just think when you're picking number one in the draft, I think, look, none of these guys, there's no guarantee with anybody, especially quarterbacks. It's a 50-50 crapshoot all the time. But I go back to the people who do this for a living, who watch it every day, say no quarterback in this year's draft would get drafted ahead of the guys last year that were picked in the first round. So I look at that and say, yeah, I think I'll take the best player available on my board, which either to me would be Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. Here's why a lot of great players just can't transition to being managers. They can't relate to the jobbers. It's hard to relate to the entire roster when you weren't like one of those guys, right?
Sure.
A lot of great players are great players because they're great players. Some guys are great players because they worked really hard, right?
Right.
Some guys worked hard, but they have this special gift, right?
Yep.
The gods have said, here, you're going to be great at this. And a lot of these great players go, well, why can't you do this better? Why can't you see what I see? Well, because you're a Hall of Famer, bub.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. And sometimes they have a hard time relating to the entire roster. Look at some of the best managers of all time are grunts. They just are. They're not great players. You aren't superstars. Joe Torre is a rare, really good player who became a high-level manager. Torre won a batting title.
Right.
But most of your great managers weren't great players. The other good player was Dusty Baker, but it's very few and far in between that, great players can make really good managers.
Last night, it brings, I think, the age-old question. Are you going to root for the underdog? Or are you going to root for the big team? Murray State, the original number 4 seed in their regional, hits a go-ahead home run in the 8th inning, and they go on to beat Duke 5-4. This is, again, it becomes the 4th number 4 seed to advance to the College World Series.
Ever.
Yeah,
4th ever. I got to make sure that's clear. Not 4th this year, but 4th ever.
Oh, yeah, right. No, yeah. And we all know if you follow college, 4 seed, you're like, well, the 4 seed in basketball is really good. We've seen the 10 seed in South Carolina advance. Well, remember, I think they were the 7 seed, but remember, the 4 seed is the lowest team in the 16 regionals that take place.
Let's play a quick game.
The Braves win. 3 in the 5th, 2 in the 8th, 2 more in the 9th. They didn't have to use the bullpen all that much. 7-1 last night. Chris Sale, 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, struck out 11, walked 2. Probably his best performance of the year. Braves now 28-37 on the season, but they knock off the Brewers 7-1. Last night, we closed out the brackets for the College World Series. Murray State, a 4 seed, one of becoming just the 4th 4 seed ever, knocks off Duke in the regional, and Murray State will head to the College World Series that will get going on Friday. And 7.5 is the over-under on the season win total. 7.5. If South Carolina is to surpass that, if they're to get to 9, maybe even 10, and be challenging for a College World Playoff spot, this defense has to improve on a weekly basis.
Yeah, and they're going to have to improve starting from 0, much like the offense had to improve last year where they started off. If anybody remembers Old Dominion, anybody out there remember? We need to pull up that text chain from the Old Dominion game last year just to see what people thought and where the season ended. But I do feel like the defense will be on a similar trajectory this year, where they'll have to get better and better because, as we've mentioned, they have to replace a lot of production and leadership on this defense. Not saying that they can't. I think all the pieces are in place, but it is a tall task.
All right, I know that you guys did the linebacker preview today going into spring, right?
Yep.
And, the guys on Gamecock Central have been putting up, position by position, deep dives going into the spring. And, look, there's going to be one more portal opportunity right after spring football. And you can add some pieces like we've been talking about wide receiver, maybe another pass rusher, defensive tackle, whatever. To add to the mix. But at the end of the day, unless you really hit a couple of things in the spring portal, you're going to be relying on development. You just are this time.
Yep.
And whether it's like you guys are talking about my man Fred.
JR, whatever we're calling him.
I just like Fred. Johnson or Jaron Willis, who he played 13 snaps last year or something.
Yeah, not a lot.
And year before, he showed us a lot in November, getting heat on quarterbacks. And Wes and Chris were talking today about Willis had really shined in practice. He wasn't going to get on the field because the guy's in front of him. Matter of fact, Willis stayed this year. My guess is Willis stayed because he saw opportunity.
Yeah, no, he saw
A ton
this,
of it.
literally the entire linebacker room cleared out of the guys that were here and playing most of the minutes last year. And, now he gets the opportunity. And again, it's wide open. We think J.R. Johnson kind of leads the way. We don't know. And again, as Beamer says all the time, open competition through spring, summer, fall camp. And you hope they have the best 2 to 3 guys out there on the field when the season starts.
And, those 2 guys are depending on development. Also, the 2 transfer portal linebackers, Murphy and
Okoronkwo.
Close enough.
Sure.
2 guys, again, they need to develop. They aren't guys coming in here with resumes of starting games and seasons of being a starter. So you need development with those 2 guys. Up front defensively, you got Dylan Stewart, which you got what's up there. Everyone else either has to develop from being on this roster last year, the last couple years, or the guys coming in need to develop because they're, again, dudes who, for whatever reason, didn't get to start at their other schools. So, again, that entire front 2 levels of your defense, you're depending on development, whether long-term, short-term development.
Chris says, let's reward a team with postseason play who lost 20 basketball games. It's stupid. Makes 0 sense. A wise man once said common sense is like a plant, but understand that it doesn't grow in everyone's garden.
No, this is
Here's the thing. I don't think they foresaw this when they changed the rule.
No.
Right? Because typically the SEC will get 8, 9, 10 teams in. We're saying, okay, we'll take teams 11 and 12 from the SEC, teams probably around 500 in conference. Solid, right? I don't think they foresaw 14 teams getting in and you're having to take the bottom 2.
All right, let's do something really quick. Because, Texter, you're right. It's ridiculous a team with that record would make the postseason. I don't think anybody would argue that. Not even Lamont Paris would argue with, boy, this is really ridiculous. But let's look at the SEC real fast. In a typical year, let's go by what you just said. In a typical year, a team, let's go with, for an example, this would, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's just say you were looking at 10 teams in the SEC. Oh, heck, we'll go even farther. Let's even say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I will go from 8 and 10 up.
Okay.
That's 12 teams. So even if you had a year like that, which would be record setting, that would mean Oklahoma and Texas, the 2 6 and 12 conference squads, who both are around 20 wins, would be the NIT reps. Today, the Bloodworm Moon, the Worm Blood Moon will be out tonight. The first lunar eclipse visible above the Palmetto State in over 2 years. Tonight's top story is the Worm Blood Moon.
Why is it worm blood?
Yeah, why is it worm blood, Dave? Help us out, Dave.
What's the difference between that?
To read. It's in the Post and Courier. Let me read the article.
You present us with information that you don't have full context of?
I think the worms come out because they go, hey, moon, red, boom, let's come out.
Is this like Groundhog Day?
Am I supposed to look for these
Where the
worms?
groundhog
How does this
pops out?
work?
Yeah, if the worms come out and see their shadow under the blood moon.
Does that mean summer's coming sooner?
Yeah,
Please.
6 more weeks of summer?
Yes.
South Carolina finds themselves number 13 in the preseason rankings. And this is where things get interesting because, again, we talk about Texas being number 1, which absolutely no surprise to anyone, whether you think Arch Manning's going to be really, really good or not. That team is so loaded. But you have them, Penn State at number 2, Ohio State at 3, Clemson, as we talked about, at 4, Georgia at 5, Notre Dame at 6, Oregon at 7, Alabama at 8, LSU at 9, and Miami at 10. Now, when you look at, I actually thought LSU was going to be higher, purely off quarterback play alone, because when you talk about Ohio State and Texas as well, Ohio State, Texas, Georgia, Notre Dame, Oregon, and Alabama all replacing quarterbacks that were their main starters a year ago, I felt like Garrett Nussmeier would be valued a little bit higher than these unknowns in some of these other places, to where I thought LSU could have been as high as potentially maybe 5.
Well, first of all, these teams are my 10 teams I have in my top 10.
Yeah,
but it's
in
like
different order. Right. Yeah.
Order.
The teams make sense. It's just the order
Correct.
that's a little mixed
does
up.
it really matter, though? I mean,
It doesn't, because it's about perception and it's about your starting point. And as we've talked about before, again, the college football playoff poll is not supposed to be influenced by the AP poll, but it is. They basically say, hey, that team was number 1 for the first 8 weeks of the season. Well, they're our number 1 too. That team was number 5. They're our number 5 too. So it does create a perception. And when you're a team like Carolina, if you're starting 13th, well, as long as you win and you go like 10-2, 9-3, you're in a good spot. Now, if you were unranked like they were last year, you were fighting the uphill battle the entire time of getting yourself ranked and then climbing the polls as the week went by. So you start off more advantageous this year. Yeah, if you're in the top 10, as long as you don't lose like 4 games, you should be fine. How many programs or coaches are envious of what Carolina and Shane Beamer are actually doing in the SEC?
or what they're doing on the field or the goodwill amongst the fan base that they've created. I think there's two very big differences.
I think it encompasses everything, though, because you have obviously good play on the field and you have a fan base that is, again, historically speaking, has not had a ton to be excited about over the years, that is believing a lot right now.
The fan base, and I've always felt this about South Carolina fans, they are being rewarded
for
now.
suffering.
For suffering. Now, at least it's entertaining and it's engaging.
Sure.
You don't have Lou Holtz doing his shtick. You don't have Spurrier reminding everybody that he's great.
Yeah.
And we're lucky to have him. Muschamp was Muschamp. You know, Shane embraces all of it.
Sure.
And the fans feel like they are acknowledged now.
Yeah. No, they feel like they have a coach that cares and wants to be here.
Yeah, he wants to be here. He said he wants to retire.
But Muschamp didn't seem to care much for Columbia outside the paycheck.
Well, he God love his heart. He knew that he was in South Carolina because he wasn't good enough to cut it at Florida.
Yeah. Well, and I wasn't here at the time, but I don't know how thrilled people were that they got the retread hire that just got fired at Florida, because he was DC at Auburn in 2015. But it's like, we just saw what this guy could do. Why is he going to come here and be any different?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the NFL, isn't it? Or NBA, where they just
they just trade coaches. In 19 of the past 21 seasons, at least one team ranked in the top 10 in the preseason poll ended the year unranked. So if you're choosing one team out of that top 10 that will end the season without a number next to their name, who's it going to be?
Ooh. That's a good question.
Because again, a lot of these teams have quarterback questions.
I lean towards Miami.
Okay.
We just, Miami can't get out of its own way. We don't know completely about Carson Beck, elbow-wise.
Yep.
I mean, that injury was not great, dude.
Nope, and he spent most of the offseason not doing anything.
Not throwing a football.
Because he was recovering.
We know that. I mean, Penn State, I think, is too talented to fall off a cliff. Ohio State, Clemson, but if I were to have to pick one to not be, I think they'll be ranked just because the ACC, again, is so weak. But if there was a team to take the biggest tumble, it would be Miami.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. And again, they're literally on the fringe. They're number 10. And the Carson Beck thing coming off an injury, you just never know how somebody's going to be. And last year, his decision-making, look, he was not helped because Georgia was dropping passes left and right. But his decision-making at times was just completely erratic. I don't know if he got the Heisman and first-round hype in his head and just couldn't compartmentalize anymore. But I've never seen somebody do a complete 180 one year to the next of looking like a potential first-round pick to just not the next year.
You got to make it count. You've seen what Mike Furry did in the first half against A&M. You saw what he did in the second half against A&M, and those are two different conflicting pictures. Then you saw what the offense did against Coastal Carolina, where it's the cleanest and most well-executed game they have played all year, at least from a statistical standpoint, right? Shane, even after the game, because I did ask him after the game about how he thought they executed the game plan. And he still said they left some plays on the table, a couple things they wanted to do, they weren't able to hit on. But you can't argue with 51 points, all offensive, scoring more touchdowns in a game than you have at any point this season, getting more yards in a game that you have at any point this season by a wide margin, really. You're seeing that success there's real question as to if it carries over to the Clemson game. And if it does, let's just say it does. Let's say some of the predictions that we've had call in come true. Ernest says it's going to be 37-24. Sean says they're going to absolutely crush Clemson. Chuck says, who is a Clemson fan, by the way, thinks Carolina scores 30+. Wayne says it's going to be a 42-17 game. So let's just say that is the reality that we're living in this time next week. I think Mike Furrey would be seriously considered. I don't think that makes him a shoe-in for the job, but I think it leaves it to the point where everything's on the table. And I will add this to it. It will take a lot of stones to be able to stick with Mike Furrey. Given what just happened with Mike Shula, even if it's the right call, right? Even if it is in Shane Beamer's heart of hearts that this is the best guy to run the offense, that this is the best guy to be able to take what you're going to have coming back next year and make a winning season out of it. Even if he truly believes that, because if he does truly believe it, it becomes the right decision for him. But it would take a lot more courage and bravery to be able to do that given what we saw this year.
You nailed exactly what I was going to say. And to build on that idea of this going to take some stones, I want whoever Shane decides to be the OC, I want it to be a call that he has to have some fortitude to make. Yeah. When I mean that, I don't want it to be, and so there are a couple of maybe easier retreads that people would be like, oh yeah, that's a good one. And that's fine. But I'm here for Shane going and picking an up-and-coming guy that maybe nobody has necessarily heard of, or maybe a guy that's from a G5 that is working. I'm okay with Shane having to stand 10 toes down and say, this is my guy, and I'm making it. Now, whether that's Mike Furrey, okay, whatever it is, because this is the guy that you're hitching your essential career to.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's the way this looks. And so you nailed it. Yes, it is going to take Shane standing up and answering questions about why he chose this guy. Yes, it is going to be more difficult being that we just went through a in-office promotion that did not work out, but these are for different reasons. And also, when Mike Shula had his not debut, when he had his interview process, or when he had his demo in the Citrus Bowl, it wasn't good.
You can make a case that Texas A&M, if you look at their resume and the fact they're undefeated, that they are the best team in America. And now you have to go on the road to their house to face the best team in America. And the way you've been playing on offense doesn't instill a lot of confidence. You can go and beat who people think are arguably the best team in America. So we'll see where, I mean, look, we have seen a lot of kooky stuff this year in the world of college football. And, well, we'll find out. Mack Rhodes, the athletic director and the college football playoff committee chair, has taken a leave of absence from both jobs for personal reasons. And Hunter Yurachek, the athletic director at Arkansas, has taken over as the new chairman of the college football playoff committee. Rhodes has some personal stuff he's got to deal with. He's now out. Hunter Yurachek from Arkansas will take over as the chair of the college football playoff committee. Mike Furrey did not talk to the media yesterday in the coordinators' pressers. And again, like I've said, I understand why. You want to keep Texas A&M guessing. You don't want them to have Mike Furrey say anything that can help the Aggies prepare for a South Carolina offense, and nobody really knows what you're going to see on Saturday. This is to the Gamecocks' advantage, at least early in the football game, right? Right. Plus, you know, Furrey's busy, and you want him to concentrate on his first game plan as offensive coordinator, interim offensive coordinator at South Carolina. So there was no Mike Furrey at the coordinators' pressers yesterday. But since Furrey's not there, the media is asking questions about Furrey. We heard Shane Beamer answer one about Mike Furrey in practice where, you know, they were doing best on best. And it was like a third and short or whatever. And Furrey looked at Beamer and said, all right, Shane, do we get 2 downs here? We're going to go for it on 4th down. We'll make it on 3rd. He goes, yeah, you get 2 downs. And Furrey goes, that's okay. We only need 1 down, bub. And so just Shane was telling the story of Furrey's enthusiasm, positivity, aggressiveness, things of that nature. So Clayton White was asked about Mike Furrey's energy
And here's what Clayton had to say, cut 36.
Yes, it's definitely one of those vibes where one thing I love about coaching here is Coach Beamer lets us be ourselves as people and as coaches. And I think when obviously with the promotion of Coach Furry, he's being himself. You hear him when he was a receivers coach. You hear him when he got the passing game coordinator title. You hear him as a coordinator. So the good thing about him, I think the most important thing as a coordinator, if you can never be, you're able to be yourself. If you're able to, implement your own thoughts and your own ideas and concepts, and also listen to others, and don't be afraid to still tape off other people's stuff. But your coach lets you do that. I think that's when you have a great chance to be successful. But if you have a coach that's going to hover you and helicopter you and all that kind of stuff, I think you can kind of limit a coach. But coaching here, Coach Beamer, I will say he lets us coach football and the way we want to coach, and I think Furry's going to do a great job.
How does your bracket look?
I'm about to check it now.
Yeah.
I made a very. I didn't. There's a couple things happening here.
Okay.
First day, I was on top of the brother and cousins bracket.
Nice. Okay.
At the top, number one.
All right.
I'm no longer there anymore. My cousin got on a heater.
Oh boy.
At one point, he was at 98%. On his bracket.
Are you serious? 98%.
It was crazy.
You need to give that relative a shout out.
So shout out to my and here's his biggest issue. Here's where he's gonna win. Because not only is he doing well in his overall brackets, he's also a University of Florida alum.
Okay.
And so he has them going all the way. So he had them in his brackets, and he's going with his head and his heart, and he has University of Florida. And so, yeah, right now he's at 94%, my cousin Teddy. So he's killing it right now. I guess I'm still in the game because Alabama's still alive, but not great right now. Yeah, Indiana was pretty impressive yesterday. They played a very strong game. They just lost. They weren't as good as this particular team, but Indiana that game, I don't know what's going to happen with the winner of Alabama or Maryland, but that game yesterday and the way Indiana played, it felt more like a Sweet 16 game than a 32 than a 32
around
game.
the 32.
Yeah, it did. Just the way they played, the way they fought, the way they continued to fight and answered the bell on a lot of occasions. They really, if you look at the box score, the third quarter is what got Indiana. Right. They kind of came back and tied them up in the fourth quarter. They got blitzed by the defense early, but that game felt more like a Sweet 16. That being said, on to the next one.
The Foreman Grill and the sandwich press for grilled cheese.
But see, here's the thing.
Those are the two things I grew up with.
Here's the thing, though.
I know where you're going.
You can use the Foreman Grill to make the paninis.
Yeah, no, but y'all know what I'm talking about with the sandwich, just the sandwich press. But I agree with you. But those are the two things that I think got me through about 16 years of age to about 26 years of age. So now, which I laughed because you said 99 to 2008, and I was doing the math in my head, and I was like, that's about right.
That's just when I estimated.
And then at 27, I kind of kicked into, I'm an adult now.
Yeah,
I got to use the actual grill and the stove. And
I mean, they had the indoor grill. They had the outdoor Foreman Grill for a minute. They had the big ones that you could use. They had the slanted ones. They had multiple ideas.
Preston, I came out of the weekend. I've got all my Final Four teams still available. Michigan State and Maryland, Alabama and Houston. You've got 3 out of your 4, if I'm reading and remembering correctly. But you've lost one of your championship. Not only have one Final Four team, you lost one of your championship game participants.
Yeah, the Johnnies let me down. It was a big game. I guess I went with the Johnnies over Cal and the boys, and that didn't work. I still have my champion, my overall champion in Alabama left, but we shall see. I don't know.
And it looks like I've got 10 out of my 16 there. It's 10 teams out of the Sweet 16 still in there, so we'll see how it goes. This is where it gets really interesting, going from 16 to 8. Game that you're maybe most intrigued to see this coming weekend? You got one that pops out instantly at you?
No, not particularly. I have to look over them to see, but as of right now, nothing really stands out to me. All right, Bill. Thorns, Buds, and Roses, big weekend. A lot of action going around. And I would say that something can be a thorn, but also make me smile.
Okay.
Dan Hurley is a thorn, and him losing made me smile so much. Not only him losing, but him losing and then crying on the way out. And then him losing and giving a big soliloquy about how his team lost on the way out. I've been on record saying we need more personalities in the coaching profession. Yes, Dan Hurley is a personality. I do not like him. He is very annoying, but he's a solid coach.
Okay.
Great coach, 2-time champion. We need more of these guys. And so I'm not opposed to him. I just, however, was very glad to see him and his squad lose. Also, very glad to see him cry about it and them have video evidence of him crying about it. In fact, he's been crying for about 2 weeks now since they lost in the championship, in Big East championship, when he said that wasn't good sportsmanship or whatever the case was. Yeah. Dan Hurley, you're a thorn in my side, but I welcome you because you make me smile. Buds, we got 2 buds here, and it's been the theme of the show: sweet or sweep. Got to nip this losing streak in the bud, brother. Got swept over the weekend. Biggest game of the year on deck tomorrow, North Carolina. Got to get this thing under control. We are going to figure out some things about this baseball team in this next stretch of games. But on the flip side, sweet, we've planted the seed for the Sweet 16. It's budding at the right moment. The women's basketball team is playing very well. So they've had 11 straight Sweet 16 appearances, but that's not good enough. Nobody's going to be happy with that, and rightfully so. We got to take this thing up to the next level and really, really move forward with that. So congratulations to them for doing what they're supposed to do. Finally, Bill, normally we give roses. No roses today.
No roses?
We have an assortment of goods we're giving today. We're giving shrimp. We're giving chicken tenders. We're giving meat patties. We're giving all types of various goods and meats for George Foreman that you could throw on your maybe defunct George Foreman grill. Go get it out of the attic, maybe in the basement, maybe it's in a box in the garage.
It's kind of yellowed at this point.
Maybe it's yellowed. Go pull it out one last time for Big George. Unfortunately, Big George Foreman passed away this past weekend. A legend in the ring, a legend outside of the ring, true American hero. The subject of what I think is the greatest sports documentary, When We Were Kings, which documents the rumble in the jungle, the fight between him and Muhammad Ali. It is a phenomenal documentary. He's not the subject. Obviously, it's about Ali, but he's he's the main character because he gets beat in what would become the rope-a-dope. He goes on and he gets really depressed after losing that. He comes back, and here's where time really throws him.
Okay.
He comes back and he wins the world championship, Bill, as a ripe old man of 45.
Yeah.
And I remember that when I was not 45-ish, when I was a young wee lad and I was 12 years old at the time. I remember watching that fight. Distinctly watching that fight. I was 12 years old and I was like, wow, 45 is so old.
When you look at women's basketball yesterday, I mean, look, it's been chalk, but it's typically very chalky, the women's games. Very chalky. Paige Beckers has a big day. Her last game in scores 34, ties a career high. NC State moves on. Obviously, South Carolina over the weekend made it through. UCLA. Bets went crazy.
Really, no upsets to this
Nothing.
point, which, again, kind of expected.
No, the biggest upset, the biggest issue, Juju Watkins, obviously. That was, that was unfortunate. I mean, look, it's an ACL. You rehab it, you strengthen it, you come back, you can still be really good. It's not like your career's over, but it stunk. You're a number 1 seed. You got a legit shot to win a national championship, at least get to the Final Four, and then you lose one of the best players in women's college basketball.
Yeah, and look, they're probably still talented enough to possibly still make the Final Four. Now they have to match up again with UCLA directly before they get there, which is a team that's beaten them this year. And they're still a talented team. Kiki Arefin had 36 points, even with Juju Watkins being out yesterday. But
she's a nice player. She came from Stanford, where she was really good.
Yeah.
I mean, she's just been playing second fiddle to Watkins, obviously.
And obviously, from the South Carolina perspective of this, you could have potentially matched up with Juju Watkins and Southern Cal in a national championship game, which would have been huge, obviously, for the sport itself, or just the ability, much like last year, to take on one of the biggest stars in the sport and try and deny them a national championship. And again, you could still face, the Trojans at this point, but it won't quite be the same without knowing that their best player's not out there.
This whole thing about the NCAA tournament, look, I get the fear that one of the greatest things about this tournament is losing the Cinderellas. I understand it because all these mid-major teams now are getting plucked by the power conference teams. Like, we're going to go over some of the South Carolina targets in the portal, the men. A lot of mid-major teams.
Yeah. You show promise at a mid-major, you're going to get a shot.
And it feels like, yes, the mid-major is becoming the farm team for the power conferences.
Yep.
I don't think Cinderellas are dead. I don't. Do I think that we might see less of them at times? Maybe. But here I got a crazy idea, Tyler. It's 1 year.
Yeah,
Why don't we wait and see if there's any kind of pattern?
Did you forget Yale beating Auburn last year?
Yeah. I mean, just a couple.
Oakland beating Kentucky?
Yes. We had upsets last year. This year, you got to wait and see if there's a pattern of multiple years where we have the same thing. But that's boring, Tyler.
Yeah, I know.
Logic is boring.
Right now. I want it right now.
Yeah, I got to say I got to have a hot take so people can, click on it or watch it or listen to it instead of why don't we see if there's a pattern involved over multiple years. All right, so Cam Ward, Miami of Florida quarterback, had a phenomenal season at the U. Ward is looked at as far and away, by the way, the best quarterback prospect in this draft. Shedeur Sanders is second. Jackson Dart is third. So Cam Ward had his pro day yesterday. And the headline that makes me laugh, God love you, Cam Ward throws at pro day, should be all the Titans need to see. Because what I need to see is a guy in shorts and flip-flops with no pass rush, no blitzers, no coverages, no one disguising the back end of the defense, no sticky man-to-man. I need him to throw to air. And receivers running around in their shorts and flip-flops.
In his most comfortable setting of the Miami practice facility.
His own players, his own receivers.
Yeah. Right.
That's really, look, I'll say this now. Titans, if you're listening, because I love the show, if yesterday cemented you drafting Cam Ward, you all need to be fired. 1934, a couple old school. Horton Smith wins the first Masters. You knew that, right?
I did not.
You didn't watch it?
I was negative 62 at that point in time.
I was a lot of negative
I knew that was around the time when the first Masters happened.
So Horton Smith wins the first Masters, and if you don't know who Horton Smith is, maybe you've just heard the name, or if you're really into golf, you know. But Horton Smith actually won like 34 tournaments in his career. Turned professional in 1926. So he was a professional roughly up until 1937-ish. He was really good in the Ryder Cup. Like I say, he won majors. After he finished playing, he served in the U.S. military and the Army during World War II, Special Services Division, coordinating athletics, discharged as a captain. After the war, became a club pro at the Detroit Golf Club in Michigan in 1946. He remained there until he passed away in 1963. So, Horton Smith, that was the guy that won the first Masters.
Yep.
There'll be a quiz later.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Yes, look at that.
Okay.
Universe on the move. How hard is this? How hard is this? It has seemed so difficult for 9 games. How hard is this? Uh-oh.
Come on, Big Man. Come on, Big Man. Come on, Big Man. Come on, Big Man. Come on, Big Man.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yes.
Yes. That's been the money play.
Come on, man. I told you. I told you. It's the theory of almost. It's gonna happen.
And they use the timeout.
No.
Take the penalty. This is not what you were doing in the first half.
We always have to remember that it is a game played by humans. Like it's not a numbers thing. You're no longer in like panic, frantic mode. You're kind of back.
What a horrifying. That was a great hands play, though, prior to.
You don't have to score this drive. You don't.
Oh, no!
Oh, no.
Oh, no! What just happened in the last 2 quarters is beyond inexcusable.
Oh, buddy.
Is beyond inexcusable.
Now we can really, not that we have in a little bit, but now we can more earnestly just focus in on the football team and Rasul Faison now that he's been made eligible to play. Last year for the Utah State Aggies, 1,109 yards on the ground, 8 touchdowns. And over the course of his 2 years in the Mountain West, 1,845 rush yards, 33 receptions as well over that time. Not a ton of yards there, but nevertheless, 33 receptions, forced 98 missed tackles. And his rush yards, 1,845 in those 2 years, were second in the Mountain West only to Ashton Jeanty, who, of course, has been one of the more dynamic tailbacks in college football the last couple of seasons. And coming into the portal season, the portal recruiting season, Faison was ranked number 5 in the country in terms of portal running backs. So, you know, and I don't know, Terry, you've got some additional numbers to give us here, but it just comes back around. I'm not saying anything people didn't know, but maybe just refocusing the attention. This is someone that Shane, Mike Shula, Markel Blackwell, this is who they honed in on, man. This is who they want.
Right.
Yeah, this is the guy that they believe, like for like, I don't know, we'll see when you play football, but this is the guy that they believe comes in for Rocket Sanders and performs at nearly the same level. You might not get the same type of production, but in the grand scheme, they believe this is the guy. Lamont Paris and his ball club announcing their complete non-conference schedule. The Gamecocks will play 10 of their 13 non-con games here in Columbia at CLA. They will open against North Carolina A&T. And after that, it will be Southern Mississippi, Presbyterian, and Radford. So the first 4 games at home. Then the Gamecocks travel up to the Greenbrier for the tip-off against Butler on Friday the 21st of November. And then Northwestern on Sunday the 23rd. Then it's back home for a game with Charleston Southern. Tuesday, December 2nd, is Virginia Tech in the ACC-SEC Challenge. The Gamecocks then host the Stetson Hatters and the Citadel. Travel to Clemson on December 16. Home with SC State on the 22nd of December. And the final non-con is Tuesday, December 30th against Albany. So you've got, by my count, Terry Ford, 4 power conference games. Butler of the Big East. I know not a football power conference, but certainly a big basketball school. Northwestern, Virginia Tech, and Clemson. So only one of those games, Virginia Tech, in Columbia. The Braves lost last night, too. The Braves didn't do squat last night. 2-1. Come on. 2-1. You've got a chance to do just a little something, and you're playing the Marlins, and you score 1 bleeping run. Come on, man.
The problem is, the really only tricky part is when you think you're the guy that's not going to be getting a lot of snaps, and you find yourself like staying in, like the second team.
You keep looking back over, like, hey, tap out. What's going on? They're like, nah, you're in. You're still in. That's a little bit different, odd feeling.
That's a tough one. That's because you don't know how to. I want to play, but I'd like to be also on the sideline. So
because the spring game sideline is a very laid back.
Yeah, man. Everybody's chilling. Everybody's relaxing. So that's a tough spot to be in. So if you're going to the spring game, just keep your eye out for maybe a guy who is getting more reps than you think he should get. That might indicate that he's in a position battle.
Jay Phillips down at the Heritage. I mean, maybe being a caddy, I don't think Jay has held a golf club, Preston, in like 25 years or something. I'm not sure what he's doing down there, or if he understands the concept of golf completely. But we have Jay Phillips at the Heritage.
Kind of like you with NASCAR, right? Yeah.
Where's our standings? Have you ever won a championship?
Just because you're
Have you ever won a championship? Have you won one? Have you won one championship?
No.
Okay.
I know a lot more than you.
You don't know enough to win a championship.
All right, bye-bye. You couldn't do the show the rest of the day.
Rory McIlroy. A lot of coverage yesterday of this, and I'm really interested. He's not going to play the Heritage this week. Going to hang out and party, I guess, and hang out with the family, spend time with the family. So he will not be down in Hilton Head. But yesterday, Preston, watching kind of like just post coverage, narrative on him is now, okay, what does he do next? Like, is this now the weight lifted off his shoulders? He's 35. You mentioned it. There's a long time to go in between majors, but now he's kind of gotten that weight lifted off his shoulders. Is he set to go on a run and maybe put himself back atop the golf world?
So that's sort of what I'm interested in seeing now. Now that he's gotten this thing done and has gotten this thing taken care of and he's gotten the monkey off of his back, where does he go from here? What is his next step? Because that was obviously a major moment. That was obviously a major moment, and it puts him in the pantheon of very few golfers who have done what he's done. And even recent history, it's only him and Tiger. And we speak of Tiger with the numbers, the amount that he's won. Obviously, Rory doesn't have those types of numbers. But what is he about? Is he about to go on a run? Does this set up for more competition between him and DeChambeau or the other guys? And that's why. So my question, I guess, to golf fans is, what do you think is happening next?
I'm trying to think. Do you have anybody that comes to mind instantly that you were like, that was a crazy jersey retirement? Not sure. Would have gone with that one.
This is a good question. Not necessarily jersey retirements, but I know sometimes the Basketball Hall of Fame catches me off guard.
Okay.
Where it's like, okay, that player was good. Don't necessarily remember them as being a Hall of Famer. And so, yeah, there are some instances where you can see that. I think maybe there was probably somebody in the last class. No, Dwight was fine. Carmelo was good. Yeah, it just happens from time to time. I guess the thing with Colorado is that they just do not have a very storied history. There's a big gap between when they were good and now, and in between that time, there was not a lot to celebrate. So I guess you can make an argument for that. I wouldn't say a jersey retirement. I would say he was the Hall of Very Good for Colorado.
I mean, look, we didn't retire Connor Shaw's jersey. And it's fair to say Connor Shaw, are we in agreement with this? Connor Shaw was a better college player than Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, that's absolutely fair.
And we haven't done anything for his jersey. I think you could say the same for Marcus Lattimore. Yeah, so maybe we have higher standards than Colorado. Is that what we can say now?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's pretty.
You want to go down that path?
That's
We
pretty
want to
basic.
throw that one out there?
No, I think that's pretty clear.
If you're watching on the YouTube stream, we're going to mimic this because sometimes we are visual learners.
Hey, Jay. Jay. He can't hear me. He can hear me in Q. He can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Jay. Because now I... Can you hear me? Jay. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay. Testing one, testing one, testing one. It's not feeding into there. It's all right. Test one, test one, test one.
You got
Yeah.
turn.
No, I
Is
got
it on
this.
4?
here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on 4. Test one, test one, test one. So it's not feeding in it. But watch. Yeah, it feeds into there when I do this, like this typically. Like if I record the traffic in here during a show, I just take out program 1 and it records in there. So it's, I don't know what it's feeding, but obviously, try. Test one, test one, test one.
I mean, you can hit it and just tap your mic, hit 1.
That's on the air when I do that.
I know, but it's not showing up.
It's not showing up at all over there. And usually I just pop this thing on and it records like this.
Yeah.
No matter what the board, no matter what that's saying, that should be recording there. And everything was fine. I don't know why it's not fine.
That's about aggravating.
It's
So
all
this
good.
should work.
I know, man. I don't know. I've got him set up in the other room. I'll show you something else in the other room real quick.
107.5 The Game now joins our regularly scheduled program already in progress.